Okay. Alright, good. Another day of joyous warhammering.
Marching ahead.
So... Radical garbage.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows. Duty prevails.
Onward to victory.
What?
My
Sure.
success is an irrefutable certainty.
Um...
Keep your senses keen. Let's see this through.
Alright, so... Go to the warehouse, or... Pretty sure there's like a gun or something up here I have to break. Go do that. Let's deal with the rest of the stuff first before we deal with the warehouse.
Venture forth.
Huh.
Challenging me was a mistake.
Oh, fuck. This is the fight. Yeah, there's a sniper on the top, right? This asshole. Just make sure everyone's out of the line of sight of this sniper. Okay, should be good.
Here we go.
No, don't do it. Oh, thank God.
Let's get to it. Show me what you've got.
Okay, so I have no sight lines from here. Well, shit.
If I may. As honor ordains. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Try to die with grace, at least.
Let's make it quick.
Time to slaughter someone.
As
Almost.
the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
Shit.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Let's get to it.
I'm here, maggots.
gonna get all the way up to the sniper. Should I? Should I deal with more of the BS down here? No, I should deal with the
Poised for
sniper.
action. I know what to do. Easy. Let's set this in motion.
Let's get to it.
If he's dealing with that, then she can be cleaning up the ground troops.
I bring mercy and retribution.
Why would this be the pathway? Okay, whatever.
I shall not. Let's get to it.
Four up there. Honestly, Abelard can probably
My
just go and
place is
deal
at
with
the
these
fort.
guys up over here.
At your beck and call.
Shit. Never mind.
High momentum.
My vow is to serve.
Show me what you've got.
There's a range and sight limit on this, isn't there? Yeah.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. I'll show you why navigators are feared.
Death comes in silence. As the tenets demand. Death is a blessing.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Ha! Excuse me? She hit herself with her own ability. Okay. All right then. Yeah, sure. Why not? Why wouldn't that be how that works?
Me?
The
If you
fuck?
insist, Lord Captain.
Hold on.
Time to slaughter someone.
I love how they gave every single rebel soldier a Cockney
No
accent.
foe too great.
Like, I know it's, like, accurate, but still, it's just funny.
I said, so done. That is how it's done. With purpose. They won't expect this. A costly mistake. As said, so done. Easy.
Why am I blinded? Oh well.
Trust me. The shadows will see it done. Killing brings me no pleasure.
And there's number 6 over there. Okay.
A tactically sound approach. Victory is imminent. I took care of this one.
The omniscient comprehends all.
This'll leave a scar.
Ready.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. If I may.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I better myself through my service.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Scared yet?
Rejoice in battle! I'll do it. This is why I was chosen. Doubt is for the weak.
Let's make it quick.
Let's get to it.
Okay. And I can't really get anywhere,
Forward.
so. Oh, but I can hit them.
Let's set
from
this
here.
in. That's how it's done.
A dance of blades and shadows. Come, the other side awaits.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. At your beck and one fewer target. No matter the cost. I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Indeed. It will be done.
have sworn I heard like a weird ringing or something.
Explore to Zone 1
Maybe I'm just turning it tinnitus.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Pain and beauty go hand in hand.
There's gotta be something terrifying about shooting an old man in the chest with a shotgun and it doing 0 damage.
I'll do it.
Like, at that point, I feel like it's just time to give up. The fight's over. You've lost.
Poised for action. I know what to do. As said, so done.
I am your blade and shield.
Oh, Abelard, my most trusty
Reduce
Pokemon.
to dust.
Cut the poor bastard in half. What's this? No. The anti-aircraft battery certainly was constructed a long time ago, long before the colonization of this world began. It comes as no surprise that the insurgents were barely able to operate it. Modern arms protocols are incomprehensible to the machine spirits of such an ancient construction. Let's destroy the anti-aircraft battery. The blast consumes the ancient weapon. The sky above the city is safe for flying again.
Forge ahead.
Hooray!
Never linger.
I don't know why my, like, mouse is kind of being weird. Times your iconoclast rank, and 2 times your fellowship bonus. Guess I'll use it just for the hell of it. Is that other bolter any better than this one? Yes, it is.
Never doubt me.
Stay sharp.
Okay, and then I think we want to enter the warehouse from the back portion where it was originally at. I think.
Successful.
My house would be proud of me.
Marching ahead.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
I woke up with a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was blossoming nearby. A child was saved from death. 1,000 heretics were burning alive, begging and sobbing and howling. Duty prevails. Carry the Emperor's will as your torch. The Emperor favors me today. I better myself through my service. Never doubt me. Duty prevails.
Okay, good. I think that's all the traps disarmed.
Let's seize the moment.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Now that was easy.
Oh, cool, level up. Sure. Baldur's Gate 40K. Yeah, you know. Baldur's Trader. get more toughness. Sure, we'll get carouse. Do I want weapon skill or strength? I think we want do lore warp. Okay. Oh, alright. On his journey across a world caught in the throes of a heretical insurgency, the Lord Captain accidentally witnessed an unholy rite that transpired in one of the maintenance rooms of an aqueduct. His abandoned nook turned out to be a heretic's gathering place for performing their grim and profane acts. The large group of rebels stood frozen in patient anticipation, all staring into the center of the room. No one moved. Only the murmur of hushed voices echoed against the metal walls. The Lord Captain ran a cursory glance over the room, assessing the situation. The rebels were unremarkable in appearance. They were dressed in the shabby clothes of abject rabble, spoke in coarse voices, and had repulsive faces. Well, that's kind of mean. But what caught the Lord Captain's attention was the look of strange, almost sinister anticipation in their eyes. This was no gathering of loud blasphemers or bored idlers. Only occasionally would they exchange brief, unintelligible remarks. As they stood in a frozen circle, their gazes turned towards the hulking structure in the center of the room. Bulky power transformers, cogitators, crates, and voxcasters took up most of the space. Against their background, the structure in the center stood out oddly, an enormous lens mounted on a stand. It caught the thin sunbeams that made their way through slits in the ceiling and crossed the half-lit room. The Lord Captain peered into the darkness enveloping the room. Although barely visible behind the closed ranks of the insurgents, the rusted barrels with evidently flammable contents had not escaped the Lord Captain's keen eye. One good shot at those barrels would decimate the number of heretics on Rykad Minoris. The Lord Captain patiently observed what happened next. As if commanded by a grim, unseen force, the insurgents fell silent at once, and, in a single movement, parted. A thick, sticky silence don't like that phrasing, filled the room. The heretics' gazes were turned toward a metal structure with a lens on top of it. Standing tall in the middle of a circle of melting candles, piles of books, and unholy symbols drawn on the floor, the structure flashed as a single sunray illuminated it. Why does it gotta be sticky? What is this, like a goon cave or something? A sound of bare feet broke the sinister silence as a man emerged from the deep shadows. Reeling, he entered the circle and collapsed on his knees. In front of the enormous lens. Not a second had passed before many rebel hands gripped the fallen man's shoulders and hair.
Remember, comrade, the last sunray you behold will be yours only, shared with no one else, your holy final dawn.
Bellowed a lone heretic's voice amid the silent crowd. By the doing of someone's hand, the lenses had turned, and its focused ray feasted on the prisoner's eyes. Oh. The blinded man's harrowing scream shook the very walls of the place. Consumed by the rite, the rebels had not yet noticed the stranger in their midst. The Lord Captain braced himself, and suddenly faltered, as if something had stopped him. Dark shadows danced in the Lord Captain's glazed eyes. Ghosts of the past that had risen at the sight of the warp atrocity and shackled the rogue captain's will. Breathing heavily, the Lord Captain could only rush blindly into the fray as if trying to escape unseen pursuers.
Your execution
Well,
is
shit.
assured.
Okay. Oh wow, yeah, there's a lot of explosives here. Fantastic.
Out of my way! Death to non-believers!
Blinded by the right, wrapped up like a noose, another runner in the night.
As the
Sure, let's
Emperor
just
commands,
wildly fire into all
none
these
can
explosives
escape
over
the
here and
Emperor.
see what happens. That went pretty well.
Faith without deeds is worthless. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in
And
my
let's do
heart.
it again.
Doubt is for the weak.
When did she get injured?
Crush the feeble.
No foe too great. They won't expect this. Contemplate your weakness.
Still won't get me close enough.
I serve the ruinous powers.
I serve the ruinous powers!
Okay, we get it. You serve the ruinous powers.
Guides me.
I'm not injured. I'm
Death
enraged.
to the weak!
Oh, that's why, because I
That's
ran
all,
through the
back and forth.
fucking steam. Son of a bitch.
Victory is imminent. At your beck and call.
That's annoying.
I will leave footprints of scarlet.
Sucks I have to, like, waste an entire turn for that, but...
Chaos guides me. Out of my way!
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Really? There's no sight line? Alright, then. those two.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Alright.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
One fewer target.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Oh, and they've summoned demons. Balls.
Guided by faith. I'll do it. You, my Emperor.
Okay.
Easy. Costly mistake. Let's set this in. I know what to do.
I serve the ruinous power.
That is how it's done.
Ran away just to get cut in half while I backflipped on him.
I've suffered worse.
Abelard's such a stupid tank.
Follow my lead.
Makes me so happy. It's like, ah yes, old man grandpa in the group? Yeah, he just doesn't take any damage, ever.
It will be done.
Emperor, give me strength. I'll paint your death in colors.
With purpose. I said, so done. Easy. Contemplate your weakness. They won't expect this. I know what to do.
Okay, well that went very well.
I define the outcome. Done and done. As said, so done. Let's set this in motion.
foolishness.
At your beck and call.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
As the Emperor commands, each strike is a prayer. I'll do it.
Is the last
The
one? No,
enemies
there's
of the
one
Emperor
over
will
here
be
that I was
undone.
fighting, right? Yeah, okay.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
There was, but then he decided he had to run from me, which was not smart.
I defy you! As said, so done. Easy. As said, so done.
Alright. Well, that wasn't too bad.
Enemy's foul fingerprints are all over this place. A nest of wickedness. The heretics met the only end possible. Death at the hands of faithful servants of the Emperor.
I forge my own success. I will find a way to repay you.
The healing is much appreciated.
There, much better.
Injuries will not slow me.
My actions speak louder than words.
Okay, and then I think there's like a puzzle in this room.
Venture forth.
Like, there's something to do with these wires.
Keep your guard up. Now that's interesting.
Machine spirits look favorably upon you. You overcome the cogitator's defenses. A message archive loads up. Judging by the accompanying notes, the messages were meticulously transferred from paper to the sacred machine storage. Go to missives. New missive. Heed the words of a harbinger of Aurora. Let it be known to you that the prophesied hour is nigh, and the faithful must triple their efforts. Those who stand in the way of our salvation must be swept away. Let it be revealed to you that the enemy is about to receive reinforcements. Remember the name Balk von Valentius. His ship has already entered the system. We should expect this enemy to appear near our positions. Whoever rids our comrades of this threat will be granted Aurora's special blessing. A chance to stand at the prophet's side when the hour comes. Be vigilant. Let the final dawn come. New missive. Aurora's harbingers wish you to know, comrades, that the Von Valencia's ship is heading for the navigator station. You've got time to prepare a warm welcome for the enemy. New missive. Von Valencia's ship has set off for Recati Filia. We pray that our comrades there manage to vanquish Aurora's enemy on their own. But you must anticipate the worst and do excuse me, everything to make sure Von Valancius's path definitively ends on Rykar and Manoris. Dispatches. Tell the Harbingers we've intercepted a convoy of the governor's underlings who were supposed to meet that Von Valancius bloke. Only one of the whole convoy got away, but he's not long for this world. No one's making it to the governor's hole, not that youngster or the one he's supposed to meet. Our comrades have got their hands on a guard's voxcaster, and these fools have no clue we can hear all their comms. We know their every movement, and we're going to throw them a fine welcome party. Aurora must have no doubts that we'll do whatever it takes to stop her enemies. Let the final dawn come. Cool.
Always striving for greatness. All souls cry out for salvation.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Onward to victory.
The machine gun grants me insight.
Can be opened via the cogitator. All that remains is to figure out how to awaken. Okay.
Perfect.
You managed to decipher the technical litany. According to it, in order to perform the ritual of the motive force, you must supply power, make sure the relay is closed, check that the damper is latched, and the supplementary external relay is shut. Supply must be correctly distributed, and in no case must the flow be reset before the circuit is closed. So, we want to power this.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Make sure the relay is closed, check the diameter is latched. Must be correctly distributed, and in no case must the flow be reset before the circuit is closed. Okay.
Let's see this through.
Wait, so why are there like 4 different dampeners? Okay, so maybe it's whatever this red one goes to. And that closes the relay. Goes down there. And comes back up here and it goes here. So this one? Fuck.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Does that mean I fucked it up?
Operation successful.
Everything appears to be correct. Okay, maybe now I do it? Everything appears to be correct. Okay. So then just keep following the red. Is it this one?
The machine god grants
Okay.
insight.
And
This explorator is blessed
that
with
goes
multifunctionality.
over. Okay,
Marching
cool.
ahead.
So that unlocks it.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
More damage. The damaged character also suffers. And a failed degradation. Hmm.
Let's seize the moment.
Is that everything in here? Sure looks like it.
Onward
Wait
to
a minute, why am I on
victory.
this side? Did I already get everything on the other map? Yeah, no, okay. Let's just keep moving on then.
Let's see this through. Nothing can catch me off guard.
Nothing escapes my sight. I better myself through my service. Never doubt me. The Emperor favors me today. Duty prevails. Never doubt me. I better myself through my service.
Oh, the soldier's alive.
Forge ahead.
Weird.
Never linger.
We should deal with this.
Fellowship instead of intelligence and gain a +3 bonus. Okay, cool.
Over there!
Some 10 people, children among them, are huddled together in fear. You see that half of them have black holes where their eyes used to be. Some maintain a gloomy silence, others are wailing. Several armed insurgents are carefully watching over the terrified hostages, snapping every now and then at someone for shaking too much or crying too loudly. Come to your senses, Harold. Harold? Fuckface. Look what you're doing to your own family. Oh, it's a woman of about 60, gray-haired, but still strong, is kneeling before a stocky man with a thick, pure white beard, stretching her arms toward him. Take pity on us. Let us go. Stop talking and embrace redemption. Our children have gained true sight while you still believe the lie. Upon seeing you, the man points his weapon at you. The other insurgents do the same. Who are you and why are you here? No, you tell me. Who are you and what are you doing to these unfortunates? I am the chief. My former name, Harold, is meaningless now. I am a father leading his family to deliverance from woes, to salvation. Aurora has opened my eyes to the truth, and my children will be set, will see it. Harold, spare your children. His mind and soul are pierced by shards of a colorful deception. Hues once twisted by despair and the immaterium's influence can never be the same again. Layperson, cognition is not your primary function. You are saving your kin by holding them at gunpoint, and believe that burning their eyes will grant them sight. It is evident that the author of the demagogic teaching that confused you meant to make a mockery of your deplorable intelligence. To cast your own children into the thrall of heresy, to drown your progeny in this filth with your own hands. Sure, let's do this one. What you are doing is no salvation. Stop taking your fear out on the innocent. It will neither ease your suffering nor rid you of your fear. Well, all I wanted to save, Man drops his weapon and covers his face with his hands in desperation. You hear several short sobs. There's no washing the blood from your hands. The blood from your hands, but you could at least let us go, Harold. The ones you haven't mutilated yet, you fucking lunatic. The old man gestures to the other insurgents who lower their weapons. Then he shifts his gaze to you, trying to hold back tears. What happens to us now? Your family may go, and so may you, but make sure I do not ever see you again. Hostages begin to leave, and soon the group disappears around one of the bends. The old man looks away from them and walks in the opposite direction. His shoulders shake with sobs every now and then. You're telling me that blinding my whole family, burning their eyes out, and killing several other innocents was not a good idea? Crazy! take tonicity. Sure, we'll take rapid reload. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not really having her do either of those either. Sure, I'll just do rigorous training.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
Join me in prayer. The Emperor favors me today. See, right there.
Stay sharp.
Okay. Well, the good news is I think we're coming to the end of Act 1, if I remember correctly.
Let's seize the moment. marching ahead.
What are
Alrighty.
all these enforcers and soldiers doing in this shelter? Why are they not on the streets fighting back against the enemies of humanity?
Well,
I presume it is because the governor does not wish to be without his personal guard, even behind the meter-thick walls of his bunker. Typical.
the cogitator looks a lot older and more worn than the ones next to it. However, it has evidently been well cared for. Numerous parts have been replaced, not a single key is jammed, and fresh seals with prayers to the Omnissiah adorn its surface. One of the side panels has been removed. Bundles of gold-notched cables run from inside to a small data crypt that was connected only a short while ago. Awaiting access code. Force it. You have bypassed the security layers. The cogitator is ready to reveal its secrets. Sure, the sacred computation, something something. Upon Logis Abel's orders, the archives of every augur station on Rykad and Manoris and the 2 primary satellites of Rykad's stars have been queried. Said satellites are named Magos Meruf and Zephyra the Keen, after 2 great champions of faith, whose external cogitators were placed inside the satellite's cores after their shells perished. The purpose of the sacred computation request by the Logos is to uncover the external influence behind the ongoing insurrection. Computation result positive. Multiple instances of interference and malfunction detected, suggesting that ships moving across the system deliberately blinded the sacred augur's eyes. The first of these ships is thought to have arrived to Rykad Minoris cycles ago, early in the winter. The most recent one arrived a month ago. Logos Abel's conclusion, the insurrection on the planet had been long in the making, with the participation of external actors. It is alleged that 2 cycles ago, Aurora arrived in the Rykad system, the rumored unholy prophet of the insurgents. The subsequent ship movements can be attributed to weapon deliveries. But what is the nature of their activity near Rykadi Philia? Governor Medina's attention must be drawn to. The final entry cuts off abruptly. Recent observations. The satellite Magos Maruf reports that a ship has translated into the system. Its signature is consistent with the records of the flagship of a rogue trader dynasty, House von Valancius. Yeah, hey, that's me! The satellite Zephyra the Keen reports that a ship drifting nearby has hurriedly sped away. The ship had sent an encrypted Vox transmission to the insurgent-controlled areas of the surface of Rykad Minoris. Another transmission was directed to planetoid Rykadi Philia. Both transmissions were signed Brother Twilight. Their contents could not be decrypted. To be investigated. The entry contains planetside coordinates marked as heavy augur station jamming, possibly a hidden insurgent base. Okay.
Onward to victory.
Quite the pointy headdress you got there, buddy. The painfully thin tech priest turns sharply towards you. The sun movement makes his chromed augmetics briefly clang. His gray eyes set under furrowed brows almost blend into the pale skin of his face, and he levels you with a heavy, dour stare. Identification. Unit Logis, Quartz Crane. Official trade representative of the Explorator Cognizance Fleet. The unit supervises supply routes in the Rykad system, ensures the security of the combat arsenal, performs commercial transactions, and secures mutually beneficial contracts. When the tech priest notices Pascal, his eyes widen. His Vox unit immediately lets out a string of screeching binaric, a tortuously long tirade in which the volume rises and falls seemingly at random. When it is finally over, the omniscience servants bows his head in deference. Unit Quartz Crane requests permission to transfer information. The rogue trader possesses a supreme degree of power, the potential to influence the current leadership, the ability to restore order in the Rykad system. Show me what you got. Yeah, none of this really seems too enticing. Unit Quartz Crane requests permission to negotiate trade agreements. Are you open to a commercial transaction? Then he says the exact same thing again. Permission to transfer information granted. What do you wish to tell me? Tech Priest says, sharply and curtly. Haphazard and careless decisions on the part of the Rykad Minoris governor have led to unacceptable consequences. Communication with the Adeptus Mechanicus Sanctum has been lost. Troops must be sent to the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium without delay. Restoring communication with the Electro Priests and ensuring the Sanctum's security are our top priorities. You are the head of a rogue trader dynasty. Your position enables you to exert influence, the tech priest pauses for a moment, and pressure on the subjects of the Imperium. Unit Quartz Crane requests assistance. The actions of Governor Faisal Rakadi ab Medina af Coronis must be influenced. Demand that troops be sent to the holy monastery of the Adeptus Mechanicus. I observe that this world's authorities lack diligence in the performance of these duties. This statement is true. United in their denunciations and brimming with righteous criticism, the pair in red exchanged knowing nods. I will discuss it with the governor. Unit Quartz Crane is grateful. The rogue trader is highly likely to successfully influence the future actions of the local authorities. You're an explorator. What are you doing here? Retrieving archived data. Over 70 Terran years ago, the governor of Rykad Minoris and authorized representatives of the Explorator Cognizance fleet made an agreement. Its goal was mutual benefit through cooperation. Unit Logus Quartz Crane is the fleet's appointed trade agent. The unit is responsible for maintenance of the arsenal and combat machinery. Blessed are the armorers, for there can be no Imperium without them. Blessed are the valiant warriors, for there is no end to the darkness without them. The omniscience servants exchange short binaric mantras filled with intimidating solemnity. I shall take my leave. Goodbye, robot boy.
Venture forth.
Tall, dark-skinned man turns toward you and greets you in a curt, military manner. Faisal Rakadi ab Medina of Coronis, governor of the star system. Welcome to my temporary headquarters. The man's gaze falls on Abelard, his eyes slightly narrow. Versarian. Abelard nods dryly. Governor Medina, my greetings. Governor's expression changes drastically when he sees Cassia. Lady Navigator, what an honor. I never thought that House Orcelia would grace our world with a visit. I only wish I could have received you under better circumstances. Cassia purses her lips, and an echo of grief knocks the wind out of those present. House Orcelia was grateful for the support that you have provided to Uruk V these many years. The governor notices Kybella's clothes, and his eyes go wide. He adds softly and cautiously, This woman, she is your bodyguard, I presume, or is she here too? He stops, choosing not to finish his question. I'm not seeing the convoy I'd sent to meet you. What happened? Did they fail to find and escort you? Is that so? I promise you their punishment will be swift and severe. The convoy was ambushed and massacred. The only surviving soldier turned out to be a traitor and was personally executed by me. That is an outrage. I will have the personal vetting procedure changed immediately. The slightest suspicion will be grounds for arrest. Your Lordship, before we proceed with discussing the matters that are of interest to you, there is a question I feel compelled to ask. It was only recently that Lady Theodora was head of House von Valancius. I have received no word of her demise. How is it that you are now rogue traitor? My esteemed predecessor died at the hands of cultists. May the Emperor incinerate their souls. The governor frowns and a deep shadow falls over his face. Rogue traitor von Valancius. Slain? Unthinkable. Please accept my deepest and most sincere condolences, your lordship. Do not hesitate to let me know how I might be of help. I need fresh crew to replace those killed in the attack on the ship, and I need material compensation. Commerce test successful. The governor bows his head in acceptance. Of course, your lordship. You will be compensated for any losses, and I'll see to it personally that your ship holds are filled with the finest goods from my personal reserves. Abelard nods in approval and remarks quietly. Excellent, your lordship. A rogue traitor has no use for leniency. I can offer you several thousand fine, obedient servants. However, I'm sad to inform you that I won't be able to do it until we've dealt with the insurgency on the planet. I'm sure you won't have to wait long. The rabble will soon be duly punished for their heretical scheming. He's so confident that he will crush the insurrection soon. My own impression has been the exact opposite. Is that so? The governor maintains his composure. I'd like to hear your reasoning. Scores of crazed people with scorched eyes are stalking the city. The insurgents are maiming their own? Good. The insurgents talk of a final dawn, the impending demise of the world. Yet another superstition. Surely you don't expect me to believe in it. The insurgents managed to steal a Voxcaster. They have been listening to your people's communications. It's not much, but it is something. I will order an audit of our equipment and see to it that our communication channels are more closely monitored going forward. However, it was only the accidental success of an otherwise disorganized mob of heretics, with no understanding of the art of war. The insurgents are using the archenemy's artifacts, enchanted lenses, to perform unholy sorcery. I've heard about these lenses. What makes you think they're enchanted? Any fool can light a fire with a magnifying glass. That's no sorcery. You ought to leave your bunker more often, Governor Medina. I have only recently arrived in this system, and I already know much more about the uprising than you do. The governor's eyes darken, but your unwavering gaze makes him give in. Alright, alright. Perhaps I've underestimated the mutiny, writing it off as the rabble's usual nonsense. However, it does involve corruption and an underground cult. This needs to be investigated. I'll assign additional resources to it and take the issue seriously. You have my word, your lordship. I wish to commend the courage of one of your officers, Sergeant Malgar. He and his soldiers valiantly defend the starport. The sergeant who managed to impress a person of such noble standing will be recommended for decoration. My kinsman Kunrad Voitvir von Valancius has betrayed our dynasty and the Imperium. If he is hiding in the system, I want him handed over to me. Voitvir is a traitor? Well, any family, however noble, has an unworthy scion or two. Naturally, we will surrender him should we find him within my jurisdiction. Unfortunately, I have no information regarding his location. However, we have a cogitator here at the command center. It's connected to a data crypt with Logos Abel's sanctum. It aggregated all the Lex Mechanic reports. Unfortunately, the access prayer for it is unknown to me. If you manage to convince the stubborn machine, you might learn something about Conrad's movements. I'd hazard he fled from you on a ship, not on a pair of wings. Oh, really? He didn't just fly away? Thank you, you dumb fucking idiot. Heinrichs van Kallax, an interrogator of the Most Holy Inquisition, is operating in your system. Do you know where he is? The governor lowers his voice. I do. Master von Kallax has left for the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium. It is an ancient monastery of the Adeptus Mechanicus. I don't know what his objectives are. Needless to say, insurgent activity has been observed in the monastery's vicinity. But I suppose that's too petty of a problem for an agent of the Most Holy Inquisition. Besides, I've already sent a small detachment of reinforcements there. The weapon the insurgents were using to shoot down shuttles over the city has been destroyed. Now nothing is preventing you from returning to your ship. If you wish to find Master von Kallax, you should go to the cenobium of the Adeptus Mechanicus. On behalf of the priesthood of Mars, I, Magos Hanuman, am officially initiating my participation in the operation. I must inspect the state of the relic and assure myself that it is under zero risk of falling into heretic hands. According to the Catechism of Maintenance and Operation, my tech comrades were supposed to lock the monastery gates against lay people and activate the traps. I deem it optimal that an ordained Magos should provide his assistance. I categorically object. The governor clenches his fist. As much as I respect the sanctity of your monastery, I have on my hands a whole capital that needs to be attended by the Omnissiah's servants. We have lost many eminent tech priests. Incidentally, one of them perished in that same monastery. Mechanical failures could occur at any moment. Putting it bluntly, you may consider yourself forcibly recruited into the city's defense force. Magos is part of my retinue. You have no right to give him orders. You mistake me for a fool. I know that he arrived separately from you, and I would bet my life that no... Governor's voice dies down in the low growl of a drilling mechadendrite. Its tip is directed straight at the bridge of his nose. Medina clears his throat and grumbles stubbornly. So this is the negotiation technique you have resorted to? Do you think this is the first time I've been threatened with a weapon? Because it is. I've pissed myself. No. But this could be your last. Pascal's voice is akin to the sound produced by his drilling implement. Steady and calm, but ready to explode at a moment's notice, with the crunching of bone and the squelching of tearing flesh. I am heading to the monastery because I must. Is that clear? The governor mutters through gritted teeth. Abundantly so, Magos. Why are you so determined to get to the monastery? Is it just because of the relic? It is why I came to this world. I am expected there. It would be my pleasure to assist the omniscience servant in reaching the sanctum. Thank you for your cooperation, your lordship. The drill stops. As compensation for your consideration of my request, I, Magos Hanuman, officially undertake to accompany you in the Rykad system in the role of bodyguard, and to protect you at all costs until your life functions cease, but only within the limits of the Rykad system. You're Hanuman? Glad you're alive. The governor raises his eyebrow and stares at the tech priest in surprise, but refrains from further commentary. Pascal, what is so special about the cenobium and the relic? What is in there that has drawn the attention of an interrogator of the Inquisition? I have never been there before, but I would presume that the sacred relic of the reactor is capable of great destruction. Should it end up in heretic hands, the fury of the freed machine spirits, once released from the sacred circuit, will destroy everything around them. The degree of damage inflicted may render the world of Rykad Minoris uninhabitable. Heresy must be purged from those blessed halls. I declare any desecrator who defiles the relic's power a Category 3 blasphemer, deserving of immediate execution. I have no more questions. Then permit me to ask a question. My name aroused interest, Governor Medina. Why? The governor looks at Pascal with curiosity. According to the reports we've received, Logus Abel Hanuman set off for the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium a short while before it was stormed. I'm glad to find out that you're safe. Perhaps you possess information on Master von Calix? Pascal's vox rasps in confusion. My name is Pascal Hanuman, not Abel. I know nothing about such a person. I see. Governor Medina, I intend to gather further information on the person calling himself Abel Hanuman. I do not exclude the possibility of it being an alias of my mentor, the Archmagos Amarnat. I would suggest that you inspect the esteemed Logus's sanctum, but it was destroyed by the rebels. We recovered several data crypts. Excuse me. Oh my god, I don't know why I'm yawning so much. And connected them to the cogitators at the command post. They might provide you with some information. The tech priest Quartz claims you have not been doing enough to ensure the safety of the Adeptus Mechanicus monastery. With a heavy sigh, the governor warily covers his face with his hand. Of course he does. The tech priest is very insistent. I ordered a squad to be dispatched to the holy cenobium of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They haven't been heard from yet. I'm afraid this is all I can do under the present circumstances. I don't have a single soldier to spare here in the capital. Okay.
Let's see this through.
There. What if I go to the... Oh. Go to Logus's private archive. Results of Logus Abel's data trance. I cannot see the secret design, but I can sense it. Shackled in stasis, the minds of the uninitiated are slumbering in the neural harness of their vows. I am registering an impulse of change. I surmise a potential influence on the stasis of the secret design. There came a time when the spiral was turned into a circle, but the cycle can be discontinued. The revelation granted by the Omniscient to Lugus Abel in the course of his data meditation has been recorded verbatim. Logus Abel is seeking an audience with the venerable Dar Impulse 6, who may assist in interpreting the revelation. A request has been sent to the governor's palace for a shuttle flight to the electrodynamic Cenobium. A message has also been sent to the Farabundus system. The cycle can be discontinued. I recognize the words. The voice from the Vox is soft and pensive, barely audible over the static noise. I believe I know the intended recipient of the message in the Furibundus system. It was me. Omniscient grant me the wisdom to fathom this mystery. Alright then.
Stay sharp.
Back to the void ship then. Now then, off to the electrodynamic Cenobium.
Forge ahead, never linger.
I've read about this.
Now that was easy.
Experience? Nothing matters more.
Reality had different plans. Let's seize the moment.
Open the gate. Alrighty.
Onward to victory.
Glory be to the current of the motive force. May its dulcet light shine in our luceric coronas. May its vitality nourish our movements. May its purity wash over our imperatives and engrams.
As far as I am aware, the monastery supplies power to several major hive cities on Rykam. Hidden somewhere in the depths of this...
Tech Priest's body rests on a metal table, surrounded by sparking spirals of copper coil. A patina of sacred unguents covers his withered flesh. His augmentics have been polished with great care. Intricate electrodes cover the dead man's crossed arms and bare torso, and strands of wires envelop his head. Pascal respectfully bows his head before the dead man and carefully touches the shriveled body with the tip of his mechadendrite. Honored adherent, I thank you for showing us the truth of Fabricator General Petrovar's maxim. Death does not end the service of a spirit driven. Examine the body. The body seems motionless, but you notice a slight tremor in the fingertips. The ancient servant of the Omnissiah must be data dreaming. His mind, enveloped in digital reverie, can persist for hundreds or thousands of years while his frail body is decaying. The sacred state of trance is a great reward only earned by the wisest and most pious servants of the machine god. Such purity of color. I have never seen anything like it. Deep tranquility shrouded in a cool white cloud. Such unity of thought and spirit. The dead are incapable of exuding such hues. Next to the table the body is resting on, you see small amulets crafted from burned cogitator circuit boards. There's no dust on these small offerings. They were clearly left here recently. Can you hear me, Tech Priest? The light in the crypt becomes a little brighter and sharper, and the smell of ozone fills the air. The vox on the ceiling comes alive and lets forth a solemn binary aria. It turns into a crackling, somnolent voice. In this dark hour, I am ready to bring you good tidings, Tech Brethren. Now respond with the words of the second galvanic hymn. The second galvanic hymn is a revered and miraculous player of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Naturally, you know it very well. Let us praise the twin charges, the body electric, and the Omnissiah who lights the spark of reason within us. And let us carry his charge to those who have turned their minds toward his light. Let it be so indeed. The monastery is under attack by heretics. Can you help? In my data dream, I saw their unholy requests and rejected them angrily, for it is said in the 4th article of security, no unbeliever's hand shall intrude upon the operation cycle. They have seditious designs on the relic, but should I give you, who does not belong to our faith and fellowship, my blessing to stand up to the blasphemers? I may not be a member of your priesthood, but you and I are of the same faith. This statement is true. The 1st article of security says, fear above all evils the defilement of knowledge, and its command outweighs the prohibition contained in the 6th article of security. Let knowledge be locked away from the ignorant. So be it. In the name of shaming the unbelievers, I grant you the blessing of special access and protection from the rage of the motive force. Dry cracking sounds come from inside the crypt walls as awakened cogitators process the ancient tech priest's command. What does this do? Oh, cool. Armor against shock damage. So I leveled up. Yay! Just go with that.
Keep your guard up.
Okay. Killed the hit to the back from some kind of electrical weapon. Alright. Uh-oh. Shall be purified by the motive force blasphemer.
Challenging me was a mistake.
Deliver us. Pain cleanses the body.
Advancing. Request approved. Ability analysis successful.
Death comes in silence. Trust me, killing brings me no pleasure.
I'll do it.
I know what to do. Let's set this in.
Ah,
You
shit, I didn't
clearly
mean to do
are
that. Oh well.
outmatched. They won't expect to see that one coming, did you? Easy.
I'm gonna just step over here.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Should have done that first, but oh well.
If I may, now your plan is scarlet.
God, Cassia is just so nuts. Or like the AoE damage she can do.
Venture forth.
The machine god grants me insight.
Cogitator's green screen lights up as you approach it, and plays the flashing message. Pilgrim, only the words of the first Galvanic hymn will reveal to you the gifts hidden behind the veil of knowledge. Now chant with me. Let us sing the canticle to invites keyboards light up, clearly expecting you to enter the rest of the verse. Let's go. It is not known to me. Only high-ranking servants at shrines of energetic prosperity. To shit. Okay. Bu- 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 bu. Closed circuit. Mighty reactor. Blessed thought that beckoneth timeless electric floweth through the veins of copper. The Omnissiah? Verse 2. Let us fill our souls with gratitude toward sure. The unity of the sacred charges power, the immortal reason that hath created the spark. Okay. Let's try this again. The Omnissiah seems right. So, gratitude's 2 words. Arcane key that closes the circuit. Finish this prayer, pilgrim. May the unity of the sacred charges power. Is it? Well, let's try this, maybe that. So I got the first and last one right, it was just the middle one. Verily so, pilgrim who has learned our ways is worthy of the gifts of the enlightened. Ooh. Secret wall chest.
Marching ahead. I'm not satisfied with that answer. I will repeat my question again. The last electro priest you killed, where did you find him?
Burn in the fire of dawn, servant of the corpse emperor!
And another one meets the limit of his utility. The last of them.
A tall, dark-haired man sizes you up with a quick glance. A supernatural chill is making the air around him crackle softly. The expensive fabric of his jacket is stitched with gold thread and marked by several reddish-brown stains. A force sword and a vox hang from his belt, and the emblem of the Holy Inquisition glitters on his chest. Interrogator von Calix, I presume?
Yes.
Well, since you know who I am, and are in no hurry to kill me, I infer that you serve the Emperor, not his enemies. Allow me to introduce myself. Interrogator Heinrichs van Kellogg's of the Imperial Inquisition's esteemed Ordo Xenos. With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Rogue trader Malk von Valentius.
Von Valentius. To the best of my knowledge, that dynasty is headed by the esteemed Theodora von Valentius. Has there been a change of circumstances?
Theodora is dead, slain in battle by enemies of humanity.
The news is lamentable. My condolences. And I presume the heir to the sacred warrant of trade and the lofty title of rogue trader is none other than yourself. Well then, what precisely has brought you to the sanctum of the Omnissiah?
I am here to collect you. I am under orders from the Lord Inquisitor to offer any assistance you may require, after which I am to provide you safe passage to footfall aboard my ship.
Then the timing of our meeting is fortuitous. I am requisitioning you and your retinue for my task.
Starting with her, you've provided exactly the kind of specialist that this situation requires. I am the Domin Shadow. He says the word, I will protect you. If he says the word, I will take you to the Undying One.
Requisitioning? Young man, your choice of words is unseemly to the point of insult. You are addressing a rogue trader.
Yeah, and he's the Inquisition. I don't think he gives a fuck.
I don't imagine you'll be any happier if I say taking into inquisitorial custody.
To aid his faithful servant in the fight against corruption is the solemn duty of all whose actions affect millions of the Imperium subjects. Let your example guide those who will carry the Emperor's light across 1,000 stars.
I'm not too jazzed how so far every piece of dialogue that includes Kybella isn't voiced and is just kind of stapled into like the rest of the dialogue. It's just kind of like, why? Like what, you could only pay the voice actor for like the first like 30 lines of dialogue, and then after that was it?
You are familiar with the works of Inquisitor Alistar the Redeemer. Not every acolyte can say the same, let alone people less initiated. Please forgive my lapse in manners, Lady Navigator Orselio. It is a great honor. I came to Rykab Minoris on a mission, which a rebellion prevented me from fulfilling. The governor is convinced that malcontents from among the rabble were the instigators, but I immediately suspected a more sinister presence at the root of the mutiny. My visit to the monastery and a few unhurried conversations with some of the rebels confirmed my suspicions. Someone by the name of Aurora is leading the rebellion. Data indicates that the head of the cultists is here right now, in the sanctum of the ancient reactor. Given the prophecy of the final dawn, and the special efforts made by the enemies of humanity to seize the monastery, their goal is to gain access to the holy power source's control circuit and trigger a process that, once started, cannot be stopped. In other words, to detonate the reactor, thus being themselves the cause of their much-touted final dawn.
Blasphemous insanity.
Tech Priest's visor flashes and turns a bloody scarlet. A soft hum of some activating systems is heard from under his robe. As Heinrichs von Kalix speaks, you suddenly notice the way he is looking at you, with his eyes slightly narrowed as if he is peering into your soul, a soul that is touched by the gift of sorcery. The change in your expression does not escape the interrogator's notice, as you see the corner of his mouth twitch. He must have instantly recognized a fellow psyker. Yeah, I can help you with the roar. Let's join forces.
Thank you. Regrettably, the governor's people showed themselves to be unprepared for the perils of this place. And extracting blade shards from a person's stomach is beyond my powers. I hope that a rogue trader's retinue will prove more capable than a group of soldiers fresh off the base. I am positive that not all of the electro-priests within these walls have perished. The heretics spoke of shadows emerging from side alleys to make short work of the cultists invading their abode. I surmise that the entrance to their hiding place is somewhere in the hall, near a machine known as the Circular Cogitator. I imagine it's one of the local sacred relics which the electro-priests treat with special piety.
Alright. Sounds good. Then. You can have this dinky regular sword. I want the force sword. Give it here. Good. Good. I guess I'll just give him some tank abilities. Yes, he's got warrior. Sure. Teeth, more carouse, strength, and sure, Psalm of Heroes.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Ooh,
Let's see this
more
through.
secret door goods. None of which are particularly good. Oh well.
Execution is assured.
Oh.
Suitable sacrifice?
know what to do. Let's set this in motion. As said, so done. Contemplate your weakness. That is how it's done. They won't expect this. Consider that off limits. As said, so done.
Chaos guides me.
Just have a ton of snipers down the. Oh, that's a fucked up arrangement.
My place is at the fore. I will do my duty. Victory is imminent.
Out of my way.
You clearly are outmatched.
Just a minor setback.
Death to non-believers.
Are they all snipers? They are.
Suffered worse.
My powers make me immune to lightning. Ah, fuck!
Activate calculated fury algorithm. Running binary.
Oh, dang. That was a lot of damage.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Get me a target. Naturally. Let's see to it.
I serve the ruinous powers.
Forward.
Ah!
Let's set this in motion.
As the tenets demand. I would that I could. I shall not fail.
Oof.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. Indeed.
Chaos guides me. Explorers know one route. Forward. The scriptural significant value. My vow is to serve.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
I know what to do.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. I'll show you why navigators are feared.
One step ahead. As said, so done.
Oh, what can I... Oh, because I...
They won't expect
That's
this
right.
one and done. Let's set this in motion. I said, so done. That's how it's done.
Oh, there's one still over there. Alrighty, that's...
For the throne's glory.
A costly mistake.
Integrity failure detected.
Jesus, why is she so fucked up? She must have got caught in, like, lightning or something, right? Oh my god.
They say I have a magnetic.
Look no further.
Do I have any more, like, healing kits? Did I put any extra healing kits in here? Oh, I did. Anywhere else? Yeah, that's my bad. I did not mean to start putting these in here. Okay.
Duty beckons. Brace yourself.
Integrity factor increased.
There. Much better.
We function as one.
Oh, I'm gonna need to do a lot of healing.
We are not done yet.
My frail organics
I'm
require
grateful.
Not done yet. Brace yourself.
I can see bright colors again.
Oh, none of these can be... I can only get rid of the fresh injuries. Well, fuck. Oh, that's not good.
Always striving for greatness.
my success is an irrefutable certainty.
Did I miss any other stuff? Yep, I did. There's a lot. Well,
Do you
I mean,
require
Cassie's already
coordinates?
mega fucked up. I might as well have her pick everything up over there.
I'll chart a course for you.
Tough. $45. I can do that.
I did it.
Hooray. Wait, it brings the whole group? I don't know if I want that shit.
Every every moment a chance for greatness.
The machine gun grants me insight.
An expected result.
They fear to look at me because of my appearance. I fear to look at them because of their rotten-colored souls.
Let's seize the moment.
Go, go, quickly. Hurry. Okay. Oh. It's not looking so good. A crowd of cultists has surrounded a tech priest crucified upon a mechanism. Oof. A rhythmic whisper repeated by 100 voices blends into some blasphemous enchantment. Powerful discharges of the motive force run through the machine, causing the unfortunate prisoner's body to convulse brutally and forcing woeful cries of pain from his lips. Tech Priest's hoarse voice echoes under the ceiling. In the clenched claws of stagnation, in the shackles of iteration 0, under the iron wing, let the cycle be discontinued. Pascal's mechadendrites spring into combat mode instantly, and a wrathful rattle comes from his vox. I am registering a severe violation of the purity protocol. The blessed Amarnat has been captured by heretics and is being tortured. Look around the hall. Heretics have taken up positions everywhere, and many more are doubtlessly hiding in the passages leading out of the hall. For now, they are all focused on the sacrilegious torture of the tech priest and do not notice you. Must save the esteemed tech priest without risking his life. The mechadendrites points to the corpses of heretics lying nearby. We can use the blasphemer's clothing as a disguise. Unrecognized, we can sabotage the power units, overloading them and thus cleansing the hall of heretics. The lightning discharges have charred the cultists' corpses. Whiffs of smoke rise from the empty eye sockets whose contents have evaporated. Their clothes, covered in the blood of innocents, are crudely painted over with emblems of the archenemy, which exude a repulsive air of soul decay. The signs of the archenemy are not just painted symbols, but conductors of its will, the words of their prayers, even spoken without faith, their coat of arms, even deceitfully worn. All this increases the presence of the ruinous powers near you and draws the corrupting attention to you. With a look of revulsion, Kybella picks up one of the rags with the tips of her blade. Nothing but your word, Damenbog, can make me don this filth. Once we are done, I will scrape my skin clean with a metal brush and bathe it in caustic lye. Eesh. Do not make me. Look, I know nobody wants to do it, but if it helps save a worthy man, I will put on the cultist robe. I pray that the Omnissiah gives the blessed Amarnat enough fortitude. Pascal grimaces as a new wail of pain rends the air. The heretic's garb clings to your skin like a greedy leech. Tingling and foul fever spread over your body, as though these tatters have imbibed the vile contents of their former wearer's soul. Gross. Let's get this done quickly. Good. None of her stats that actually matter got lowered, just the ones that I never use anyway. Although toughness isn't great. A heavy crown of golden neural augments rests upon the servitor's head. The crown is bent and broken from ruthless gun butt blows. The pale body is covered in blasphemous inscriptions carved into the withered flesh. I identify this acolyte as a distribution servitor. I am registering upon its traces of sacrilegious violation of the rights of operation. The probability of its responsiveness to commands is below average. Try to conduct a restart ceremony. For the glory of the Omnissiah, let this machine spirit sleep, that it may awaken and serve again. Pascal gently touches the servitor's crown, deactivating one of its segments. Let the outer neural connection circuit be plunged in darkness. Another touch and several lights on the crown go out. Let the command response hub fall silent. Pascal switches to binaric speech, accompanying his every action with a line from a sacred hymn. It is amazing how the reverent awe in the tech priest's voice can be discerned even through his rattling vox. Suddenly, every light on the servitor's crown comes alive. A shower of sparks burst from the augmetics on the servitor's brow, and several black ash-tinted tears run from its empty eye sockets.
Ready to serve.
Energize the hall's power units to the maximum.
It will be done.
Okay. Safety control altar. The altar is adorned with gilded skulls, threads of metal that used to be electus are fused onto the bone. Once majestic, the altar now has been desecrated with blasphemous images of blue-green suns. Some of its levers and buttons have been pried from their sockets, but the mechanism still glorifies the Omnissiah with its operation. I identify this as the Safety System Control Altar. For our diversion to succeed, this blessed machine must be executed, and may its spirit forgive us. Pascal offers a short binaric prayer, then enters command after command to set up a trap for the machine spirit inhabiting the altar. The code born out of the tech priest tinkering causes the spirit to flutter confusedly in a snare of impossible commands. Heat up the altar's circuit boards and perish forever in the shower of sparks that burst forth from the melting wires. May we be granted the Omnissiah's forgiveness for this act. I am registering a general shutdown of the security system. So I'm just gonna real quick here. grim-looking heretic walks up to you resolutely, blocking your path. As he studies your disguise with suspicion, you note that his left eye has 2 conjoined irises, while his right eye has 4. Gross. I don't know you. Who are you, and why haven't I met you before? Perhaps the Master has blinded your eyes to trifles so that you may behold what is true. Your reply, imbued with mystical significance, was evidently to the cultist's liking. He smiles haughtily and says, "May our Master blind you too, brother." A tech priest's corpse, his throat slit, sits upon a splendid command throne, laced with finely wrought motive force paths. A contorted expression of righteous anger is frozen on his face. A black blindfold covers his eyes. This is the Lumeno Deacon's command throne. This is where the power unit actuation and shutdown litanies are recited from. The blessed Lumeno Deacon himself has the honor of closing the circuit the motive force flows through. I'm about to be greatly honored or else thoroughly charred. Maybe both. As soon as you lay your hands on the command throne's panels, a painful sting of electricity numbs your senses for an instant. Your fingers cramp and your vision grows dim.
Bloodied yet still standing.
Pain is visible in the tech priest's eye as he looks upon the sacrilege. Forgive us, Omnissiah, for such a gross violation of the right of operation. Repeat the litany after me and activate the command runes I point to. Pascal's Vox starts reciting the sacred words, gloomily and hoarsely. Clinging on to the blazing shreds of your fading consciousness, you repeat the words of the litany after Pascal and touch the command runes, as the unabating lightning rips through your muscles and makes your bones crackle. I am recording a successful activation of the power units. That's certainly one way to kill literally everyone.
Onward to victory. Outstanding. Now back to the front line.
Also grants the Blade Dancer 4 additional charges of death from above. And death from above deals additional damage. I think this one's just better. All their non-attack abilities cost minus 1 AP. Yeah, sure, that sounds good. Cheating out AP is always pretty good.
Onward to victory.
In the cycles of the foreordained, safe law of worship, the tech priest's body convulses. Pain, plaintive creaks of binaric prayers come from his vox. As moments pass, the signal becomes less and less clear, as if something twisted and wrong were being added to it. Pascal studies the tech priest's face carefully. His vox system moans in a tragic vibrato. Subject unidentified. This is not the blessed Amarnath. Stranger, I request your name. How do you know my mentor's motto? Examine the tech priest. There are deep burns all over his flesh, and the skin around his augmetics is charred. Blasphemous spells have been carved into his sacred iron, forming unholy litanies of scrap code. It is amazing how robust this tech priest's life support systems have proven to be in maintaining the spark of life in his grievously wounded body. Do you know him, Do you know him, Pascal? The subject has not been identified and has no record in my catalog. Interrogation is impossible due to the subject's evident, affective state of clouded consciousness. Try to take down the tech priest crucified on the machine. As soon as you touch the tech priest's battered flesh, he shifts his gaze to you and says with sudden clarity, "Many sparks have gone out, but not all. The electric shepherds are alive. In the darkness, I heard their prayers. Find them. Save them. Recite the hymn, a contact circuit restoration, so that you may behold what is hidden." A blast of the motive force runs down the tech priest's body, and his face contorts in a mocking grimace. Malformed binaric code, repulsively jarring on the ears, pours out of his vox. Information archived to the effect that the circuit restoration hymn is the entrance password to the the electro priest's hiding place. Pascal responds with the dour rhythms of a containment aria. I note with great sorrow that the cultist ritual has been partially successful. My tech brother has been tainted by corruption. He is in the grip of a schismatical, an unholy imitation of a machine spirit. I request immediate activation of the Texorcism protocol. Kybella gives Pascal a long look, her eyebrow raised in silent question. Pascal responds with an equally long silence, then creaks, "Thank you for your cooperation. Request denied. The Catechism demands that this act be performed by an authorized unit. I shall help save him." The possessed man responds with a burst of repulsive laughter. Every now and then a word or two of Gothic finds its way into the binaric obscenities pouring out of his vox, in what seems to be the schismatical's tentative forays into a language that is alien to it. His body convulses, his joints twist at unnatural angles with the sound of bursting steel couplings. As the possessed man thrashes about, his internal augmetics emerge gradually through the hanging tatters of his flesh, as though an iron homunculus hidden inside the tech priest were trying to cast off the meat cocoon it no longer needs. That's an awful visual. Pascal's mechadendrite extends a thin drilling needle. Sacred unguent glistens on it. Unguent. Unguent? Whatever the fuck that is. A code purification aria is heard as the needle sinks into the possessed tech priest's skull and touches his neural augmetic, forming an electric circuit with it. Extreme strain is visible on his face. Furious litanies pour out of his vox. Result? Failure. Requesting assistance. Send a purifying charge of the motive force into the possessed man's body, and may the machine god heal you. Undaunted, you grab one of the severed cables and press it into the tech priest's body. A shock of formidable power shakes the possessed man. Machine oil gushes out of his mouth. His vox hisses deafeningly as the flow of the motive force burns the corruption in his sacred iron. The overload destroys some of the circuit boards of his neural augmetic, resets his code, and erases the schismatical from existence. The tech priest's eyes roll up and he loses consciousness. Crushed, yet still alive, and no longer in the thrall of corruption. With the utmost care, Pascal takes his body down from the mechanism and lays it on the floor. His stirring litanies of gratitude to the Omnissiah echo through the hall. Rest, tech brother. We will come back for you when we have done our duty to the miraculous fusion reactor. Lord Captain, the Omnissiah commands a pious mind to strive toward uncovering the truth. Therefore I will not stop until I find my mentor and understand his connection to this servant of the machine god. I request the privilege of joining your retinue as a rightful companion. I can offer to fulfill the duties of an engineer on your ship in exchange for the right to follow you and conduct my own investigation. Perfect.
Forge ahead.
We needed an engineer.
Never linger.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Pay attention.
Let's see this through.
Circular cogitator. The Electro Priest's hiding place must be nearby.
I would certainly say that's nearby. A shortish, muscular man wearing the scarlet colors of the priesthood of Mars steps into your path. The wrinkles on his cheeks and forehead point to his propensity for frequent outbursts of fierce anger, but right now he is showing no signs of aggression. Glowing blue patterns of electric tattoos, or electus, show through his oddly bluish-tinted skin. The man's eye sockets are dark and empty, yet he turns his face straight towards you with no hesitation. He has a sharp, screeching voice, not unlike a bird's cawing.
May the charge of the Omnissiah's mercy persist in the hands of the faithful.
Awful. Just awful. May the motive force persist in their batteries. The Emperor protects. The man responds curtly as if giving a military command.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. The hallowed electrodynamic cenobium receives you, pilgrim. I am Darb, Impulse 6, a servant of the motive force, and the praetor electroid of this sacred monastery.
high-pitched bird-like voice. What fucking lunatic decided, yeah, that's what we want. Pascal bows down humbly before the man. A trill of binaric signals comes from his vox, to which the praetor responds with a solemn gesture of blessing. Pascal turns to you and says, "The rank of praetor electroid is a sign of high standing within the electro-priest fraternity. To have been granted an audience is a great honor." The praetor electroid looks at Kybella and gives a dignified nod.
You have brought an assassin. Good. She will find much work here. Are you ready for new toils, blessed slayer?
Always. Can it be any other way? You have the honor of hosting the rogue trader of House von Valentius. I urge you to follow proper etiquette when interacting with the eminent bearer of the sacred warrant.
Within these walls, worldly titles are nothing before the motive force. Your deeds, however, speak far louder than titles, for your path here is sprayed with the blood of desecrators.
What happened here and how did you manage to survive?
When the heretics descended in droves upon the cenobium, we gave battle. But the unholy foes buried the Omnissiah's warriors under a mass of their bodies, thus extinguishing the defender's spark of purity. It was then that I ordered my few surviving brethren to retreat into the monastery's secret chambers. Upon taking refuge there, we began to destroy the blasphemous intruders in surreptitious ways, not serendipitous. Alas, as fiery as my brethren's anger was, I had no right to permit them to die in honest combat, for the task of taking back our abode still lay ahead for us.
I must commend the skill with which your secret chambers are concealed. You hear a tinge of wounded pride in Heinrich's word, as if he is upset about failing to discover the electro-priest's shelter. Your choice of tactics was wise as well. There was no point in losing more lives in the massacre than the cultists wrought.
The leader of the heretics fought her way into the ark wherein dwells the miraculous fusion reactor. She is trying to desecrate the rite of operation with her unholy litanies so that the relic may be corrupted and the world of Rykad Menoris may perish in a font of fire. But my brethren, in their magnetic meditation, are hampering her efforts by chanting access request prayers in unison, thereby suppressing the commands that the blasphemers enter.
The praetor electroid nods towards his entranced comrades. This holy place will be protected against sacrilegious practices, I swear it. You made the right decision when you chose to avoid combat and save yourselves.
Thank you, Pilgrim. It was not easy watching unholy intruders stampede through the chambers of my temple. We all envied our brethren who had fallen before the sacrilege began. I hated watching every moment of it. I wish I was dead.
I wish to get to the holy reactor.
The ark is hidden from Pilgrim's eyes, but considering the extraordinary circumstances of your visit to this monastery, I grant you the right. The hall that leads to the High Reliquary has been barred by the enemy, but I will open a secret path for you. Enter the ark and experience the motive force, Pilgrim. We will pray to the security systems that they may refrain from punishing you for your intrusion.
Dar Impulse 6, it was you, was it not, that Logus Abel came seeking an interpretation of his data trance?
Yes. Tech Brother Abel arrived here to engage in a magnetic meditation that would help clarify his visions. Unfortunately, the heretic's machinations prevented us from completing the ritual. Esteemed Logus volunteered his help in defending the monastery, but contact with him was lost soon afterward.
I have rescued him from the insurgents.
I hope the Omnissiah preserves Tech Brother Abel's life, that he may continue to comprehend the mysteries he has tapped into.
I must press on.
May the charge of the Omnissiah's grace persist in the batteries of the faithful.
Let's seize the moment.
Into the bowels of the monastery. Go up into its butthole. Get all up in that shit. Go on. Don't be shy.
The shadows reveal their secrets.
The face of the woman who stands before you is hidden behind a grotesque barred mask, yet the voice pouring out beneath it belongs to someone else. It is the husky, somber bass of a void wolf, a boarder of ships.
How predictable your path is. How static. All the possible deaths you have skirted, only to perish here in the fiery tempest that will mark the final dawn.
The woman turns her mask to Pascal and gloats.
You have arrived just in time, little cog. The schismaticals use your regalia like a mask to subdue the reactor.
Pascal's vox rasp musingly. A cog. I cannot comprehend why apostates try to insult me by comparing me to the sacred symbol of our faith. It is irrational. His visor lights up like a crimson herald of bloodshed, and his drilling mechadendrites whir viciously as it readies to strike. The sacred cog grinds all corruption to dust. From the dust, I will build order. Step away from the sacred reactor and up. No, I wouldn't. Silence, heretic. Your crazed preaching will not touch my mind.
Do you cling to your blindness so desperately? You think it will protect you from the blinding radiance of the truth?
His voice breaks and shifts to a different pitch and timbre, a martyr's voice, young, fervent, and in pain. Time has all but run out. I can hear the fist of the future knocking on the door of the present. Choose quickly what you want to be when it walks in, a blind slave to what is gone, a faithful servant of what is to come, or a corpse. I would take time to wrest from you the details of the future that the cult prophesizes. Hopefully, when we're done, what's left of you will still be capable of coherent speech. Ah! Garcia squints and looks away. Yellows, reds, violets, oranges, blues. Wild colors that scorch the eyes, but where the motley mask ends, nothing but a colorless void remains. She's like a big bag of lucky charms. Enough. I will rid Raika and Minoris of your tyranny. The woman's voice becomes thin and brittle like that of an innocent child.
Execute them in the name of the Edge of Daybreak.
The electro-priests rip their hands off the command panels, rending their flesh on the stakes that pierce them. As their schismatical controlled bodies are imbued with the motive force radiance, all the unfortunates can do is scream in horror and plead for a swift death. Aurora begins muttering an unholy litany in broken Gothic. You cannot make out her blasphemous words, but the name the heretic keeps speaking, the Edge of Daybreak, digs it into your hearing like a blade into defenseless flesh. Its sound is almost physically painful. It spawns strange and impossible phantoms in your mind. However you manage to muster your strength and banish it from your mind.
Challenging me was a mistake.
Okay, so... Two rounds until the reactor explodes. Definitely not good.
I bring mercy and retribution. Trust me, let your soul be purged. The shadows will see it done. Death is a blessing. As honor ordains.
Okay, they'll die to bleeding.
I shall not fail. Come, the other side awaits. Killing brings me no pleasure.
I know what to do. You are clear. Done and done. They won't expect this.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. At your beck and call. Reduced to dust! I will do my duty.
High momentum.
Let's see to it.
Be gone.
Running by narrow.
Oh, yeah, shit. That makes sense. Fuck. They're completely into electric.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. If only that were possible.
I guess I'm just hitting these guys then.
Isn't this a job for this duty demands? Me. Another foe painted black. Crush the feeble. Help me, not captain!
They kill their own guy. Again. I swear to God.
A dance of blades and shadows.
They can Deal with the Electro Priest. I'll have Kybella move on and just start executing targets.
As the tenets demand. Come, the other side awaits. The shadows will see it done. The undying Emperor whispers his will. Killing brings me no pleasure. Trust me. No, I shall not come. The other side awaits. As the tenets demand.
Scorn the pain.
Let's set the... Contemplate your weakness.
At your beck and call. Someone else can do this.
I need a foothold. I won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain.
I guess I'll just go with a regular ass attack.
Messiah, no vital function successfully terminated.
Nice. Oh dear. I really thought that would have worked. It's annoying.
Do not dare ask.
Oh no, shit, fuck. That's not good. That's really bad.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. As honor. Killing brings me no pleasure. Trust me. Come. The other side awaits.
Area attack.
That is how it's done.
I have to go around, I guess. That's annoying.
I know what to do. resolve! Didn't see that one coming, did you?
Alright then. That's an ass load of damage.
Done and done.
Get fucked, Chaos Spawn. Oh, there's only one enemy left, so
Let's see
die.
to it. Your reckoning is due.
Enough! Now an aged, rattling voice speaks to you from behind the bloodstained man. You are powerless to halt the approach of what is to come. I see a crimson trail leading humanity to its doom. I see the glow of the final dawn, and that means existence has made its choice. A dagger flashes in Aurora's hand. She drives it into the control panel with all her strength. Now you will see too. A blinding voltaic arc bursts forth from the broken control panel and strikes at Aurora's uncanny mask. Its metal heats up, smoke billows through the bars. With a howl, the cultist collapses. The light, it is gone. Was that it? The final dawn? But why was it so different from what our teacher promised? Aurora shakes her head blindingly. Her voice is now the voice of an ordinary middle-aged woman, frightened and in pain. You will pay for this. You will. You. The woman's body goes limp and collapses to the floor. Her iron mask hits the ground with a dull thud. Pascal examines the corpse with contempt, then concludes dryly, confirming purgation and termination. Heinrich grimaces in disgust. The heretic took her secrets with her. Pity. The motley hues have rejected her, leaving only a grayish-green thread, the noose that the heretic put around her own neck. I have seen this many times before. No one can escape fear itself. Heinrich approaches Aurora's body and leans over it. A minute, please, Balkai. I need no more than a minute. Inspect the control panel damaged by Aurora. The cogitator is probably well beyond repair, but your attention is drawn away from the sacred machine and toward the dagger sticking out of the control panel. On closer inspection, it turns out to be the lavishly decorated handguard of a sword whose blade has been pried out. Its pommel is decorated with a strange adornment, resembling an eye covered with a scaled lid. The remains of the blade has a blue sheen to it, the same tint as Kunrad's weapon during the mutiny on your void ship. This is no human-made object. It was grown from wraithbone, a material favored by the Eldari. As you lean over the shard, you suddenly hear a multitude of voices. They blend together, and individual words are distorted, as though they are mocking your attempts to grasp their meaning. The nagging whisper is like the burning red scratch of an unholy claw upon your mind. Interesting. Yeet! As you touch the handguard, an otherworldly cold envelops your hand, only for a mere instant, as in the next second you send the corrupted weapon flying into the shining abyss. The terrible wail of several dozen voices pierces your mind for a moment, only to turn into a deafening shriek and break off as a clap of electricity is heard somewhere beneath your feet. What was that? Heinrich appears behind you. Do you think it a good idea to throw something into the reactor? I'd refrain from such experiments if I were you. Rogue Trader, on behalf of the Holy Orders, I thank you for your cooperation and release you from requisition. From this moment on, I am at your service. I'm ready to come aboard your ship and head for footfall as soon as you deem it possible. That is, if you do not have other business in this system, in which case I am prepared to assist you in its prompt resolution. Remove Aurora's mask. The Iron Helen is firmly attached to the heretic's flesh. Her face is impossible to make out in the darkness behind the bars of her mask, but after peering at it for a little longer than necessary, you wonder if, for a moment, you saw something move. Let us finish cleansing the monastery, Pascal. Executing. Let the Omnissiah given motive force flow, and all obstacles in its path be eradicated.
Venture forth.
Gotta collect all the loot. Gotta collect all the loot.
The web serves.
An important thing is to get all that gleams. Gotta get all that loot.
Marching ahead.
Okay.
Onward to victory.
Turn back to the ship.
Trader, I was somewhat brusque at our first meeting, and I would like to make up for it by expressing my thanks for your assistance in the electrodynamic cenobium. Your arrival could not have come at a better time. Unfortunately, my personal investigation has hit a dead end. I think I will have to call upon outside resources to continue the search.
You see Heinrich's expression sour at these last words. I have something to confess. I discovered some kind of chaos artifact in the Cenobium's cogitator, and I deemed it necessary to dispose of it.
What? All right. All right. At the very least, the object of corruption, if that is indeed what it was, has been destroyed. This is a satisfactory outcome. There is one more thing. The Lord Inquisitor gave me this item some time ago. He must have thought it likely that I would find myself aboard this vessel sooner than he. I was instructed to deliver this device to Lady Theodora. However, given recent events, I believe I ought to present it to you. This is an elucidator, a sacred machine capable of translating the languages of remote and lost worlds into Low Gothic. It can even process Xenos languages to a certain degree. Not without infelicities, but possibly well.
Thank you. The Inquisition's generosity is greatly appreciated.
May the elucidator serve House von Valancius as faithfully as it has served the acolytes of the Holy Ordos up to now.
I must return to my duties. Heinrichs is about to say something else when he's interrupted by the sound of a Vox signal. Someone is trying to contact you.
Thank you for your time. Please consider me at your complete disposal while I am aboard your vessel.
Congratulations on the victory, your lordship. The entire vessel was impatiently awaiting the news of your expedition's success. The rumors about you not simply saving the Tech Priest Monastery, but actually eliminating the source of the mutiny are spreading like wildfire. The Vox transmissions from across the world speak of nothing else. Governor Medina is expecting you at his command center to discuss matters. We are ready to depart immediately. Just give the order. Well, alrighty then. One thing I do want to do real quick is Yep. It will be done. It will be done, your lordship. I would like to order the shipping and transportation of some goods. Okay. Yeah, none of these are that good. And yeah, same here. Okay. Check does Bill have
Dumb.
any new dialogue? No.
May the undone.
Oh, worth a shot. I imagine no one's like quest lines will really progress until we get out of Act 1. Point of interest detected, unidentified void ship. Huh. Interesting. Augurs notice a large object among the lifeless rocks covering the planet. A void ship whose signature and origin are impossible to identify from orbit is resting on the edge of a deep ravine. The hull of the unidentified vessel is severely damaged, rocks around it shattered by the force of the gigantic machine's crash landing. The augurs haven't detected any vital signals aboard or near the vessel. Send a squad to the planet to explore the void ship. The landing party reports via Vox. As soon as they touch down, the colossal void ship before them is covered with spikes. It resembles a morbid beast sculpted from darkness itself, menacingly hanging over the ravine. An experienced veteran accurately determines the origin of the unholy vessel. It belongs to the Xenos race called Drukari. Ready to collapse at any moment, the void ship emits a long, woeful creak as if promising to drag along into the abyss below anyone who dares disturb its slumber. Abelard suggests finding out what Xenos were doing in the Rykad system. Taking heed of the Seneschal's recommendations, the rogue trader orders to send more people to the planet. After 2 watches of hard labor, the workers managed to stabilize the Drakari void ship. Soldiers who entered the vessel were met with lifeless bodies of Xenos who had died when the void ship crashed. The void ship itself, following its abominable nature, came to life, immediately craving to sate its wicked appetite for human death. The vessel systems have reacted to the intruders, and senselessly cruel, deadly traps have been activated on all decks. Yeesh. Monstrous contraptions, designed to mince, rip apart, and incinerate their victims, took the soldiers by surprise, but were neutralized before the squad suffered significant losses. The soldiers found several curious pieces of xenotech on the sinister void ship, but no data that could shed some light on why it came to the Rykad system. Nice. So, didn't kill a bunch of my troops. Does it say there's still like a point of interest here? It's because like I can interact with it? Weird. Alright, then back to the bunker. Do I want Heinrichs with me? Nah, I think I'll keep Argenta for now. Sure, let's go with that.
Let's see this through.
Is there any new information here? No. Quartz crane. Okay. Nothing new there. Governor Medina. The funky cold Medina. Greetings again, your lordship. I can't express how grateful I am for your help. Now that the insidious heretics' designs have been thwarted, nothing stands in the way of my plans or yours. With Aurora dead, the spirit of revolt is waning. Entire squads of rebels are surrendering. We are witnessing the final days of the uprising. I've already signed the order to allocate 2,000 first-class voidfarers to you. Their transfer to your ship should begin any moment now. I would also like to salute the savior of Rykad Minoris, and have already given the order for a celebration to be held in your honor. We will mark your victory with an ancient custom, the Triumph. You will drive through the city streets accompanied by a guard of honor, as befits a hero who has vanquished the Imperium's enemies, while your trophies will be displayed to the jubilant crowds. Let me know once you have concluded your business in this system, and are ready for the triumph to begin. Governor Medina is positively ablaze with enthusiasm. I am ready for my triumph. Excellent. We'll see each other at the square then. May the light of the throne be with you.
Forge ahead. never linger.
Master of Ceremonies. Your lordship, peerless Lord von Valancius, I am the Master of Ceremonies of Rykard Manoris. Everything is in place for your triumph. Allow me to give you a brief summary of the upcoming event. Speak. You will take the road now familiar to you from here to the starport. You will be accompanied by your comrades in arms and a guard of honor. The body of the heretic known as the Prophet Aurora will be pulled in your wake as a battle trophy. A stop is planned in the middle of the road. There, grateful citizens will rush towards you, praising you for their salvation. Not to worry, this is a thoroughly choreographed interlude. The group of the grateful people will be composed exclusively of loyal citizens vetted by us, members of the military, young people, attractive and physically fit, a few healthy children. God, the Imperium is so fucked up. Once they have said their praise, the procession will move on. Governor Medina will await you by the starport. It is also where the pyre has been built for burning the body of the heretic known as Aurora. You will be handed a flamer blessed by a representative of the ecclesiarchy. You can choose to personally perform the burning, but if you wish to underscore the amicable alliance between House von Valancius and House Winterscale, it will be fitting to pass the honor of the burning to Governor Medina. However, the choice is yours. This is disgusting. I do not want a stage show of gratitude. Allow the ordinary people of Rykard Manoris to speak to me or skip this farce altogether. The Master of Ceremonies' eyes widen. My sincerest apologies, your lordship. No thought could be further from my mind than incurring your anger. Let the, ordinary people through, you say. I'll see what can be done.
Venture forth.
Into the tank. Into the tank. Huzzah! Hooray! Rogue trader, please! Sign my baby! Hello, your lordship. Glory to you! A motley crew of modestly dressed people hurries towards you. The grateful citizens wish to present gifts to their redeemer. The Master of Ceremonies' sugary voice almost brings a taste of honey to your mouth. For whatever reason, you know for certain that right at this moment, the gaze of Aurora's dead, empty eye sockets is fixed upon the back of your head. A thought surfaces in your mind, not a voice inside your head, no, a mere thought. They're all going to die. Befuddled, deprived, never having seen the truth. And it all is all because of you, enemy of mine. Turn around and look at Aurora's corpse. Nothing. Nothing strange. The crowd's salutatory clamor. I'm good at English. The prophet's motionless corpse, only the air is oddly still, as before a thunderstorm. I'm sensing something boundless, blue, golden, dark.
Behold, behold, behold the final dawn.
Final dawn! No, the final dawn! Behold the final dawn! Uh-oh. Fuck's going on? What are they doing to the sun? With the star, I guess, but this world's sun. Oh, God, no. But why is the sun gone? That can't be good.
Execution is assured.
Oh, good.
Surrender to the dark powers.
Are they just all over the damn place? Yeah, they're just entirely encircling us. Fantastic.
Aim for the heart next time.
What is that? What the fuck? Oh, because I had to... Okay, that's stupid. Oh no, because there's like burnt stuff on it. Ah, that's still stupid. Oh, I can't be there. Okay, my bad.
Chaos guides me.
Good job there. Oh. Wasn't expecting the whole suicide bombing.
This is why I was chosen. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. Eradicated. Faith without deeds is worthless. Look out.
Alrighty.
Death comes in silence. I shall not. Death is a blessing. Killing brings me no pleasure.
Follow my lead.
Wow.
Death to non-believers. Your end is near.
so done. That is how it's done. I know what to do. I said, so done. They won't expect done and done. Poised for action. I define the outcome. I know what to do. Easy. A costly mistake. With purpose. Let's set this in motion.
For now. Emperor, protect me!
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Hello.
Try to die with
Goodbye.
grace, at least.
Let's see, any other nearby enemies? You?
That is foolishness. I'm afraid not. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
It looks so fucking goofy. Honestly, I'm gonna bonk him with my stick. There we go.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Fucking big ol' badass Abelard.
Follow my
Takes
lead.
no fucking damage, doesn't give a shit.
Victory is imminent. Target well struck. Indeed. It will be done.
I can't stand it. Chaos guides me.
Follow my lead.
Don't. God damn it.
Done and done.
Death to the heretics.
See, there are more troops now. Shit.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Each strike is a threat.
Who even taught you to fight like this?
Death to the weak.
I will endure. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I am
Sure,
his
might as well.
will made manifest. I'll do it. Eradicated. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, none can escape the Emperor's judgment. Each strike is a prayer.
Good old Argenta.
I can handle this.
Stop walking through the damn mist of death, you fucking idiots.
I I am your blade and shield. As the tenants come, the other side awaits.
There's her on that side, so can you get to me?
I know what to do. Contemplate your costly mistake. Done and done. As said, so done. Not my area of expertise. They won't expect this. Let's set this in motion. A costly mistake.
Okay, is this the last one? No, there's still one back over there. Well, Abelard can probably deal with that.
As said, so done.
Don't touch me.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Now we cast Drag to your death.
You insist, Lord Captain.
Ah, seriously?
Do not dare ask.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
My place is at the fore.
That's goofy, but
I will
that's
do
how I
my
can
duty.
charge.
Victory
Get
is in
another
the
hit off.
Took care of this one.
Nice.
Emperor, protect me. Quick, quick.
Your comm bead comes alive. Your cum bead comes alive. Gross. Vigdis's voice struggles to get through the thundering static. Lord, this is... Master, please... Send... Vigdis, what's going on? Interference... Repeat... An otherworldly cacophony, which until now resembled the rumbling of distant cannons, suddenly swallows you with its full intensity. The warp energy seemingly bursting out of thin air, rushing inside your exposed mind, like an unstoppable wave of filth. For a moment it feels like your head might explode, but then the sensation retreats, leaving in its wake a different one. That of someone's touch on your temples. I shall fear no darkness, for light is within me. The light of my faith is thee. I shall flee before no enemy, for there is no enemy more terrible than cowardice, and I shall overpower it. Argenta prays aloud, all the while checking her equipment with deft fingers. Kybella gives you a faint smile and whispers, "A great dance begins, but I am still with you, Daman. Fear not, for I will not let your soul fall into the clutches of the unclean. If it comes to it, I will be quicker than them." The old man peers at you gloomily. "You told me my faith was false. You made me turn away from Aurora. Now what do you say, rogue trader? Who was right? Here it is, the final dawn." He makes a sweeping gesture with his hand. "Hold your tongue, Aril. Dawn or no dawn, I'll die before I let those eyeless freaks maim me. So keep quiet and do it as his lordship says. He'll tell us what to do. Red, black, and lots of blinding white fear. The whole city is quaking. No, the whole world. Let's talk more action. What's Vigdis saying, Lord Captain? Are they going to send a shuttle for us? We are en route to the starport. Think, observe. Parents, the star from evacuate. Comms fall silent. Many eyes stare upon you. We're not abandoning people in distress. Everyone can come with us.
I'm no fast walker, but I'll hobble after you. If you get into a fight, it's not like...
Elderly citizen, yeah.
It's not like you want an old woman to get in your way anyway. And I think there will be more fighting. There surely will be. It looks like some of my former comrades are still on the loose.
The old man's voice sounds lethargic and almost robotic. The sense of alarm is now almost physically drilling through your temples. The fleeting little whispers at the edge of your hearing are sinister and gleeful. All we can do is try to make it to the starport. The old woman looks at you, not particularly hopeful and a little distrustful, as she's reluctant to ask her question. The sense of alarm keeps growing stronger, as does the sensation of an intent gaze fixed upon you. That's it. Let's move out. A bit of an A pose there, are we, buddy? You, having a good time?
Stay sharp.
I don't understand why it's like there's such a like arbitrary amount of like length that it like decides is like nope, only enemies from like X amount of area will get together. It's like why doesn't it just get all of them? Oh well.
There is only death, yours or mine.
Onward to victory.
Alright. Now we just have to make it out of the fucking...
Did you think you had won? Enemy mine, you vanquished Twilight, you cut down Aurora, but she was only one of us, do you hear me? From the depths of dead stone, from his prison of cold metal, he will rise. The hour is nigh.
Boop. Alright then.
Marching ahead. Challenging me was a mistake.
Yeah, fuck. Oh boy. There's a couple of them. Great! I love that. Makes me so happy. And it looks like the warp is getting super mega turbo fucked because there are ghosts literally stumbling around. That's not good. honestly, we'll put Pascal over here. Kybella here. Dargenta be down here. Okay. Can I hit everyone? No, I'll miss Pascal. That's fine. So I can't use another warp ability because then everything will get mega fucked up. So this will activate this and just start bleeding the ever-loving shit out of this dumb fucking chaos spawn. 12 bleeding's pretty good.
Technically sound of I'd rather not. At your beck and call.
I bring ruin. Such is the will of chaos.
Chaos guides me.
I am not doomed.
Rejoice in battle! Faith without deeds is worthless. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
I'll do it.
Doubt is for the weak.
I am not doomed. If I may.
Didn't see that one coming, did you? Done and done. I know what to do.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Out of my way!
Can't touch this. Can't touch this.
As honor ordains. Trust me. I shall not. My blade whispers your name.
Running by now. Request.
I gotta remember to do that first before I fucking attack.
As said, so done. You clearly are outmatched. I know what to do. For the dynasty! Done and done. They won't expect this. A costly mistake.
3 more uses left, so I can probably get there.
As said, so done.
I can, but I don't think I can actually, like, get to his position. Nah. That from above is ridiculous.
Indeed. At your beck and call. It will be done. I'm not interested.
Oh dear. Okay, good, good.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Oh, god damn it!
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. If I may.
As the Emperor commands, fire is chosen.
As honor ordains. As the tenets demand.
Caught by the web.
Death is a blessing. Trust me. Let your soul be purged. Come, the other side awaits. As honor ordains, death is a blessing.
God, that is so fucking ridiculous. The whack. So there are 2 left. Okay, and they're both over there. I think I can get in range of either of them, can I? Nope. Nope. From 1 more down. Hey! Aww.
I know what to do.
What about from here? Please? Excellent.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ways. For Valencius! Attention to detail is the key to success. At your beck and call. 1 fewer target. I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
I'll do it.
Alright. Definitely could have been worse. Sure.
see this through.
Is that everyone? Fantastic. Moving on then.
Let's seize the moment.
They are coming, one following in the other's footsteps, the aurora of the morning and the aurora of the evening. They are coming step after step, the eyeless followers, the voiceless heralds, the great master, and behind him his loyal apostle. Hear this enemy mine, we are mere shadows, followers. You are yet to meet him who has endowed us with secret knowledge. That is, of course, if you survive this day, the day of the final dawn.
Bloop. Alright, to the starport. Let's get the fuck out of here.
The anarchy on the starport will distress the hallowed machine spirits of the Voidcraft, rendering them deaf to all litanies of placation. The shuttle we use for the evacuation must be handled with caution.
With all due respect to your faith, her name. If we find a working shuttle, we will worry about restoring the machine spirit's equilibrium once we're back on board our ship.
Haneman.
Forge
Okay.
ahead, never linger.
If I remember properly, isn't there like a shitload of traps here?
Crush them!
And they have snipers. Fuck.
Let's get to it!
It's not fair.
Just a minor setback. Hold on! Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Jesus. Stop shooting me.
It's nothing.
Oh, Argenta. Okay.
Guided by faith. Pay attention.
Okay, so it is like I thought. Where the fuck does it want me to move?
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Duty prevails.
Okay.
Never doubt me. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Oh good, there's even more of them.
Doubt is for the weak.
Follow my lead. We should deal with this. I will do my duty.
Shit. Okay, well.
Victory is imminent. Indeed.
This is annoying.
A dance of blades and shadows.
What is her... Her demolition is 75. I might be able to get her to actually, like...
The
disarm some
shadows
stuff.
will see it done. I will leave footprints of scarlet. The Vizier, would he be proud? Am I?
And my demolition's pretty decent too. Ugh, it's just annoying because it's like my entire first fucking turn is just disabling these stupid fucking traps. I suppose it's better than just dying to
Easy.
whatever bullshit.
Not my area of expertise. That is how it's done. One step ahead. Done and done.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Fuck, I did it again.
Running binary override.
Let's get to it. Out my way.
Can't touch this. Da, 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 da.
Rejoice in
Can't touch
battle.
this.
The Emperor favors me today. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
A tactically sound approach.
Can't
At your
quite
beck
get
and call.
there.
I bring mercy and retribution.
Hey buddy, how's it going? I'm gonna stab you in the face now. Okay.
Cast your eye there. Duty prevails. Never doubt me.
Stay sharp.
I'm at your
Should have,
service.
Duty beckons. We are not done yet.
Yeah, field medicine at its
Interesting.
finest.
Is that a better bolter than what I had? It's the exact same one. Add to cargo. Actually, no, this should be just in cargo as well. And this too. And we could probably just add this shit. Never gonna use any of it. Oh, but alright, I did get a plasma pistol. We definitely want to use that.
Venture forth.
Did we get all the explosives? Are we good? Thank God. The nobles evacuate, we're all gonna die. The stench of Physaline and blood blankets the starport. Echoes of shouts and gunfire. Whew. Drift over the landing pads. The shards of plexiglass crunch underfoot. You recognize Sergeant Malgar amid the crowd huddled next to the shuttles. He was the soldier who greeted you upon the arrival on Ricat Minoris. A group of bloodied and frightened people is wedged between Malgar's wardens and the shuttles. You recognize them as the governor of the planet and the members of his high-ranking entourage. Their expensive attire has been torn in the fight, and many bear wounds left by bayonets. Same with the people in front of the shuttle. Some of the nobles are paralyzed with fear, others have succumbed to despair. 2 corpses are lying on the ground with their arms outstretched. Black blood has pooled under one of them. The other's skull has been split open like a nut, encircled by a pinkish crimson halo of bone splinters and bits of brain matter. Sergeant Malgar, I demand an immediate report. What is going on here? Sergeant spins around to face you, his face a twisted grimace of anger. Our esteemed governor and his gang of cronies have been cowering behind us, and now, when things got rough, they thought they could escape and leave us here to die. We've shed our blood for him, we've broken our backs to provide for him, and after all this, you think that's fair, you piece of grok shit? Malgar's stun baton hits the governor in the chest, causing the adornments on the governor's uniform to jingle in unison. The governor spits out blood and opens his mouth to respond. When his head explodes, his body falls limp to the side, his remaining eyes staring upward. Oh. Yikes. The chorus of the nobles scream cannot drown out the sergeant's spiteful whisper. Enough. You've said your piece. For generations upon generations, the noble of this world cared for Rica Minoris and ensured the prosperity of its inhabitants, and this is your gratitude, peasant. For killing a nobleman, you deserve to be executed where you stand. Cassia throws out her hand and Malgar's knees buckle. My mentor wasn't right. The rabble truly have no honor.
Madness, punishable by death.
Another in your position could have forgotten that the Emperor protects all his subjects, but surely not you. It is your duty to help anyone you can. The sergeant frowns at you. I don't know why you're sticking up for these parasites. They never would have helped someone like me, but they don't deserve to die either. You're right about that. Not all of them, at least. A dull thud comes from deep within the starport. Heavy footsteps shake the rockcrete, raising an unpleasant tremor in your bones. Well, shit.
You thought you had killed Aurora, false believers. Tremble, for
Oh.
I am Aurora. I am the herald of change. Behold the final dawn, and die!
I will be your end.
You know, I don't think I will. I think I will try to beat your candy ass. That's what I think I will do.
Heard something worse.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
And is not a lot of
do it.
damage.
Hold on. Let's get to it.
Death comes in silence. As the tenets demand. Come, the other side awaits. I shall not. Death is a blessing. As honor ordains.
Request approved. My vow is to serve.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. If I may? I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I know what to do. They won't expect this.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Easy. As said, so done. I know what to do.
It's a lot less damage than I was hoping for. But
As said, so done.
any damage is damage.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. It will be done. Victory is imminent. At your beck and call. Just a minor setback.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. I will not.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
In the name of House Orselio, I shall prevail.
Easy. in motion. You clearly are outmatched. They won't expect this.
Just die already, you big dumb fucking space
I won't do
marine.
that. As said, so done. Didn't see that one coming, did you?
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I have read tomes of military tactics.
Easy.
You could do worse.
Shit. Oh my god, I'm so stupid.
Rookies.
I forgot to... Fuck, I just fucking hit Abelard 3 fucking times. Like a dumbass.
Brace yourself,
Great.
Abelard.
Excellent work, me, you dumb piece of shit. God damn it.
Doubt is for the weak. You, my emperor!
I think I got him
I
now.
refuse. As the emperor commands, I eradicate it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Here we go.
Stop. Okay, that's it.
A dance
Come here,
of
you dumb
blades
little
and
bastard.
shadows. Trust me. Come. The other side awaits.
To be a heretic to use it, can't use that. Heretic, nope.
Marching ahead.
Yeah, I don't really care. Let's just get off this damn planet. Oh, but maybe I should level up first. Yeah, this is the one. Is it Grand Strategist that I want? Sorry, I know this is boring as hell to watch. Just go with Grand Strategist. As for you, my friend... You're supposed to take Bounty Hunter? And Arch Militant. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Alrighty. So, things are all pretty shitty right now. Thanks be to the Emperor, you are alive, your lordship. We are most gratified by your return, and the crew is full of zeal to carry out any orders you may have. Before anything else, I will hear an account of what happened to the system's sun. Lord Captain, we saw a number of ships approaching the sun, black creations of inhuman make, amalgams of shark angles and edges. They surrounded the star and then... My apologies, but I struggle to find words that could describe that terrible sight. The Xenos made the sun vanish into the void.
Drukhari.
You see Abelard's expression change as if his shadow has suddenly fallen over him. He rubs his temples warily.
As if we did not have enough troubles on our hands already.
The Xenos? Enemies of humanity. Heinrichs nods.
A breed of Eldari. The most cruel and devious of their kind. The design of the ships matches the description provided by the Voxmaster. Like all Xenos, the Drukhari are a blight on the face of the galaxy, but their technological superiority is indisputable. They abhor and fear warp sorcery, which is why they rely on creations of their twisted intellect, and many of their creations are capable of things that seem akin to sorcery to the unenlightened eye. The theft of a sun is one example of what they are capable of. Are the Xenos in league with Aurora's cultists? We can rule out that possibility. The Drukhari would never ally themselves with the archenemy's worshipper. If I had to name one thing that humanity and the Xenos have in common, it would be a shared loathing for warp corruption. Heinrichs glances around. The situation calls for immediate action, Valk. We cannot continue this conversation. We can continue this conversation later if you wish, but for now... He gestures at the deck teeming with tumultuous activity. I believe you should assume command. What is the situation on board? The Navigator's sanctum is no longer empty, but the warp engine is still refusing to obey the engine seers. Without it, we cannot perform a warp jump. Haskell's voice buzzes anxiously from his vox. It may be angry, or perhaps it is lamenting the injuries it has suffered. I will immediately initiate preparations for a prayer service. If the Omnissiah grants me comprehension, I will appease the machine spirit of this vessel. What is happening on the planet now? Our augur operators are reporting numerous uprisings and other manifestations of the archenemy's power at various locations on the planet. Based on the fragments of communication picked up by our Vox operators, there is practically no resistance being offered by the governor's forces. Millions of people are converting to the blasphemous Final Dawn cult en masse and assembling in prayer circles. Do we have any hope of retaking the planet? I fear that recon
and Minoris is lost. The situation is deteriorating by the minute. We must leave this system as soon as possible. However, there are still people on the planet who have not succumbed to heresy and who are worthy of rescue. Besides the small number of our own shuttles, we also have shuttles salvaged from the starport. Dark eyes of the Sister of Battle flash. We must save as many as we can, and this has all happened for a reason. Saint Argenta, whose name I carry with reverence and trepidation, is famed for saving the people of a dying world through the power of prayer. The God Emperor himself sent a star from the heavens that lifted the saint and her followers up to the sky, away from the corruption and death. We must do as she did, direct all our efforts to saving those people who at this moment look at the heavens in hope of salvation. The lives of the peasants are of little value. Our prime objective is to save the Holy Relic, the miraculous fusion reactor, and the Electro Priests who guard and tend to it. Abelard furrows his brow. Every moment we spend in proximity to a dying world, we are putting ourselves at risk. Your life, Lord Captain, is far more valuable than all of Ricard Minoris. The von Valancius dynasty cannot be allowed to perish, and so, lamentable though it is, we must rule out the idea of any evacuation. Heinrich's eyes, like two deep, dark pools, are resolutely fixed on you. The world is doomed, and its inhabitants along with it. The disappearance of the star was the final nudge toward death, the finale of the cult of the Final Dawn's plans. I once witnessed a similar event, a world that had surrendered to the servants of the archenemy and permitted corruption to enter too deep. At this moment, millions of people are bowing down before those who promised them salvation, and they are willingly giving over their souls to chaos, a sacrifice great enough to bring forth a daemon world. Our only hope of stopping this process is to retreat to a safe distance from the planet and conduct targeted bombing of the Electro Priests Monastery. If we blow up the reactor, a thermonuclear reaction will follow. The world's oxygen will evaporate, killing off the entire biosphere. In doing this, we will save millions of souls from a fate far worse than death, and we will save Rika and Minoris from becoming an outpost of the archenemy. Only death can rescue these people. The Undying One has reached out his hand to this world. It is time for him to reap his harvest. We must not reject his design, lest millions of names never reach him, and instead perish in the depths of the Empyrean. Death is a mercy, Domin Valk. Whatever fate you choose for this world, I urge you make haste, Lord Captain. The planet is burning in raging flashes of crimson and purple. I can see it even from orbit. As do I see the storm is already upon us. With every moment that we waste, it grows ever more difficult and perilous to steer the ship through the warp's turbulent currents. I'm with the lady on this. Enough talking, we need to get out of here while we still can. Lurking in the depths of your consciousness bristles at the pacing thoughts of saving people. The spike of horror you feel takes your breath away. It is as if you are planning to steal the prey of a mighty predator. The planet is already wrapped in a thread stretching out from the warp. It deserves to have a new master. Why can we not try to evacuate at least some of the people? For the simple reason that the transformation process will soon become irreversible, and our sole weapon against it is useless. The energy released by the bombardment could stoke the warp energies. I have never witnessed the aftermath of bombing a daemon world before, but there is enough evidence of such attempts for me to say with confidence that you do not want to see it. Which of the planet's inhabitants can we evacuate? The nobles you rescued at the starport have been given the coordinates of shelters where we can find surviving aristocrats and their families. As for Sergeant Malga's troops, they will help to control the crowds of frightened commoners and prevent the shuttles from being overloaded. Thanks to you, we have arranged many shuttles from the starport that we can now use. Okay. So fuck should I do? Hmm. So let's try to save that. Any delay caused by loading and transporting the ship will cost us precious time. Do not deceive yourself, Balk. If you indulge your vanity, you will doom billions to eternal torment at the hands of the archenemy. I mean, I know he's right, but I'm trying to go full iconoclast. Do not forget yourself, interrogator. One more objection from you, and I shall forget all about the need to deliver you to Footfall alive. You detect a flicker of something beneath Heinrich's sanguine mask. Whatever it may be, it does not seep into the interrogator's dispassionate voice. In that case, I consider it necessary to point out that the mark of the enemy could infiltrate the ship with the priests escorting the reactor. Keep that in mind for the future. Consider it done. It is likely our shuttles will have capacity to evacuate some people as well. Yeah, I guess get some of the commoners. Consider it done. This will bring us to the limit of our capabilities. We have no more shuttles to use in the evacuation effort. The bridge is in upheaval. The technomats' prayers mix together in a senseless cacophony, while servitors work hastily to remove a hardened crust of sacred unguents from the warp engine's components. In the middle of all this tumult stands Pascal, with a data slate clutched in his hands, seemingly disconnected from the flurry of activity around him. What is going on here? The warp sextant is not responding to commands. The ship's spirit is rejecting our prayers in anger. I am currently calculating a plea that might appease the noble spirit. Magos, why don't you assume control of the technomats? Surely their contribution will speed things up. They would only be a hindrance. I am searching for a way to rectify the error. Pascal is muttering without taking his eyes off the data slate. There is a certain anxiousness in the way he moves his mechadendrites. Crew, heed the words of Magos Hanuman. Pascal, I kindly request that you take charge of... well, no, I don't know if I want to do that one. Magos, if you do not bring the situation under control, we will all perish. Act swiftly. Pascal shoots you a look of fierce pride and says with gravity, "You are right. This is my temple." His vox booms with power. Tech comrades, heed my instruction. The mayhem immediately subsides and the crew's actions fall into some indiscernible logic. The Omnissiah servants start working in sync, and the binaric clamor becomes a symphony of reports, which the Magos coordinates like a skillful conductor. Admirably done, Pascal. The Omnissiah guides me. The prayer of the tech priests surrounding the cogitator almost drown out the sounds of the bustling bridge behind you. Pascal, poring intent over the data slate in his hands, extends a mechadendrite towards you. Please take your place at the cogitator, Lord Captain. Alright, I will step up. Huge machine in front of you is lit with dozens of vid screens and hundreds of lumens. Blinking lights, an endless rush of symbols and digits on the green background make your eyes water, and a vague sense of alarm simmers in the depths of your mind. The typical reaction of a layperson when confronted with the magnitude of the Omnissiah's creation. Among the numerous controls you see the mouth of a cyber gargoyle, the same as at the gate to the warrant chamber. Pascal's voice becomes imbued with imperious force. Servants of the machine god, heed my command. Acolytes, prepare the incense instrumentation for the liturgy of machine spirit propitiation. Propitiation. I don't fucking know. Senior technomats, recite the prayer to generate a current data report. Operations will be marked with the campanological protocol. Omnissiah, rejoice. I must inform you, for the purpose of safety, complete reassembly of the warp sextant and updating of its datasmith blessings are required. If this is not done, then at launch the volume of accurate calculation errors could result in the destruction of the data crypts. But as we do not have 100 hours at our disposal, we must omit this procedure. Pascal looks down at the data slate in his hand. A minor deviation from the right of operation, for the sake of appeasing the spirit. What must I do? Place your hand inside the throat of the cogitator guardian, the cyber gargoyle, which has been assigned to guard the forbidden data crypts. The dynastic blood that extracted from your veins will serve as a key to the data core, where the machine spirit dwells. To it we will offer our prayers that we may bypass the protective protocol for defective connections and launch the warp sextant. Pascal's voice grows quieter. The law of the Omnissiah know no exceptions, and so, in the ritual, I will remain at your side, to placate the wrathful machine spirit in whose abode you will be intruding. Follow my liturgy's Lord Captain, and we may receive his blessing. Okay. Place my hand in. The metal jaw clamps down on your hand, breaking your delicate corporeal sheath and releasing warm red liquid into its gullet. At the same moment, the image on the vid screen before you changes. Connecting. To reach out and touch the keys on the instrument panel. Slowly, it's just doing a bunch of code. Lord Captain. Pascal stops and then continues more calmly. Please, you will anger the machine spirit before we have removed the restriction. By my authority, I revoke the inviolability protocol of the warp engine. One of the cogitators' vid screens turns red. Pascal sees this and raises his hand, signaling to the rest of the tech priests, then withdraws a connector from his sleeve and connects it to the machine. Servants of the Omnissiah, make now the offering of cleansed data crypts to the machine spirit so that it may be filled with their true and calibrated data. May the Omnissiah have mercy on our souls. In meek solemnity, the acolytes offer up the cleansed data crypts to the warp engine, one after another, repeating prayers of exaltation. After anointing the contacts with sacred unguents, Pascal inserts them in the cogitator slots. Your head begins to spin from the holy sensor's foul-smelling clouds of smoke, and from the loss of the blood that the cyber gargoyle continues to drink from you, and the world swims before your eyes. Let this mechanism awaken in renewed purity. Pascal enters a sequence of commands and raises his head, watches the vid screen. Suddenly, he stops dead. No. His fingers fly over the command ruins, entering command after command. His mechadendrites, clicking their pincers, pull at one lever after another. The vid screens fill with strings of symbols, completely incomprehensible to you, but clearly conveying something to the Magos. Is everything alright, Magos? After a few seconds, one of the data crypts mounted on the cogitator begins to emit sparks. A moment later, another data crypt does the same. The next bursts into flame and gives off foul-smelling smoke. Around you, the Omnissiah servants break off from their prayers, and someone bursts into frantic pleading. Pascal mournfully grates out, "The mass of errors in the warp sextant's calculations is destroying the data repositories. The offering did not appease the ship's spirit. The warp engine cannot be filled with the motive force. We are trapped." A moment later, the Magos continues uncertainly. "Perhaps an alternative Ryzen protocol, or an emergency launch of the auxiliary coils." The text priest bends over the cogitator, but something in his pose and movements reveals his desperation. While the other vid screens are filled with more and more strings of symbols, the monitor in front of you blinks and its static image changes. Pascal is too engrossed in his ritual to notice. Read the information on the vid screen. Stab true, stab false, stab check init, perturb, query. Machine spirit, can you hear me? The cogitator's servant creaks quietly in its joints, a sound that is drowned out by the binaric hymns and tapping of command ruins. Injury, rescue, query. Rescue? Yes, machine spirit, rescue us. Pascal turns to you. "Lord Captain, the access emotion in your command will render it unintelligible to..." Pascal's next vocalization goes unsynthesized as he sees the vid screens begin to stabilize one after another. The strings frenetically galloping across the green background are replaced with stable images of regularly updating status reports. Only one monitor remains inexplicably red. The tech priest's voice crackles in shock, but his report is as clipped and clinical as ever. "Registering. Warp sextant activated. Registering. Data stream stabilizing. Registering. 0 data errors found. Reporting. The warp engine is ready for translation." After a pause, Pascal adds, "I am also reporting evidence indicating a Category 3 miracle fulfilling the criterion. Thou shalt witness the mechanism that toils in glorification of its function and in defiance of deactivation." Oh, this guy's voice, alright. It does. The problem is that the voice acting is kind of like sparsely like cut up. So it's like it at least gives something as opposed to just like just, you know, sitting here reading everything. But yeah, there is voice acting, but it's only sparsely for like certain character moments, which is annoying at most. I really don't get why they do it. yeah, it baffles me. Like, I get that it's probably just more expensive, but still. Like, if you've already got the voice actors and you've already done, like, half of the voice work, it's like, why would you just stop, like, at the 50% mark? But, hey, whatever.
Lord Captain, Reva here. The crew are almost finished carrying out the orders given earlier, and I've just received confirmation from the engineering halls. I don't know what you did, but the warp engine's up and raring to go. We're ready to begin the translation to the warp, your lordship.
Lord Captain speaking, I give the order to commence translation to the warp.
Waiting for you to ascend the captain's throne, Lord Captain. May the Emperor protect us.
Von Valancia's flagship made its way out of the doomed star system. As the void ships plunged deeper into the Corona's expanse, the rogue trader's subjects bid a formal farewell to the late head of the dynasty, Theodora von Valancius. Having paid their last respects, the crew gathered their strength and braced themselves for whatever was to come next.
Lord Captain, allow me to report. Our journey through the warp is coming to an end. Lady Navigator Orcelio informs me that we have reached the point where we can translate to real space in the Furibundus system. The Lady Navigator and her pilots are awaiting your permission to begin the process. The Furibundus system is home to Footfall, the only Imperium outpost with a functioning wharf in the Coronis expanse. The tech priests are begging you to have mercy on the machines worn down by the warp, and to allow the servants of the Omnissiah to inspect and heal the void ship's wounds in the dock. The prayers and rituals will take some time, which our astropathic choir will use to establish a connection with the prime worlds of your proctorate, Dargonus, Janus, and Kiava Gamma. Master Zachary Wise has recovered an invitation previously adrift in the Immaterium. The Liege of Footfall has humbly requested an audience with the rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty. According to Master Zachary, the message was tinted with shades of pleading. I quote, "Apparently the Liege is anxious to meet as soon as possible." Footfall, the place where filth and sanctity go hand in hand. Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso will most likely expect a visit from me, I imagine. He will be interested in talking to you as well, Valk. I will be leaving a void ship when we arrive on Footfall, Valk. Once that is done, consider the Lord Inquisitor's task complete. Your Lordship, young Yvain Winterscale has asked me to convey his gratitude for your hospitality and for saving him from certain death. Not wishing to outstay his welcome, he plans to disembark at Footfall. Lord Yvain swears he will not forget his debt to you. I hereby inform the rogue trader that during a comprehensive system inspection right, this unit discovered data clusters within the captain's cogitator that are concealed from prying eyes by means of a personal cipher and a sacrament of algorithmic authorization. Unit Balk von Valancius has been added to the access list and assigned the identity Keeper 2. The unit can access the data from the captain's cogitator provided that he possesses the decryption key. You detect a hint of something resembling curiosity in Pascal's mechanical voice. Okay, this is all just background info. Tell the Lady Navigator to get us the fuck out of the warp. Thank you very much. Vigdis begins issuing instructions. The massive ship appears to change with her every word. The bridge is set in motion as hundreds of people start to prepare for the shift to real space, and measured chanting fills the corridors to safeguard the vessel and its crew. Vigdis turns to you again. One more thing, Lord Captain. No one at the station knows about Lady Theodora's demise and you inheriting the title. Liege Tokera will be informed. It is required so that we can use the dock. And besides, he is expecting a personal audience with the rogue trader. He will not meet with an unknown person of unclear standing. However, there is still the matter of announcing your arrival. You can either arrive on the station with the proper pomp and ceremony, or choose to visit it incognito. I've decided to tell the Liege I will arrive officially as the rogue trader. It will be done, Lord Captain. Vigdis bows again. With your gracious permission, I will return to my duties. Excellent. Go for it. Yeah, no, I don't know why the voice acting in this game is so kind of all over the place. Like, Vigdis, Helmsman... There's like just a ton of characters that just quite literally don't have any voice acting whatsoever. But then it's like, you know, you go up to like Abelard.
Lord Captain. A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
And I'm just like, why is this not just in it for the whole game? And I know that it's like, you know, this is Owlcat is kind of the developer for this game is very known for they take a million years to like finish their games. Like the game will release and then it's like 4 weeks will go by of it being in an entirely broken state.
Lord Captain.
But everything like so their only other like real big game that they've done is Pathfinder in a very similar like CRPG style. And I think that game took something like it just released a new DLC recently that like gives like a bunch of like closings to like storylines that they kind of like left out in the open. And that game released like 5 years ago. This game released, I think, last year. So, realistically, it will get better, and the game will be, like, a stronger narrative as, like, you wait. Like, my advice to, like, anyone that ever has any interest in buying this game is wait till it goes on sale, or wait till it's, like, in a big bundled, like, package deal. Because it's a good game. I've spent hundreds of hours playing it. But I mean, my first playthrough I had to end at like act 3 of 5 because the game was so broken that like half of the character interactions just didn't work past that point of the game. And I'm sure there's still bugs even now. But I mean, I'm going to do my damnedest to try and actually clear the fucking game this time around. High Fractotum, generous Danrock greets you with a cool smile and the merest hint of a bow.
Pleasure to see you, Lord Captain. How may I be of assistance?
Okay, I don't have the option to actually trade goods yet. So I guess I just have to go to the station.
Lord Captain.
Reaver's voice over the Vox sounds weary rather than annoyed.
I'm getting reports of several ships moving towards us. Judging by the fact they're not responding to our hails and the telemetry shows a trail of macro batteries, they're not here for a chinwag. Ready to issue orders to prepare for battle at your command.
On my order, all stations get ready for void combat. And now for the other worst part of this game. Ugh. It's like... the actual regular combat is so good and plays so fun, but holy shit, the ship combat is trash. Alright, cool. It definitely could have been worse. I should probably upgrade the ship. Oh, and I need to... put everyone on different posts. It's something, I suppose. Lord Captain, the station starlocks have been sealed from the inside. A Vox recording is stating that the priesthood of the Alter Templum Calaxis EXT-17 Sanctuary have no desire to communicate with the lady and are refusing access to guests on the basis of the Adeptus Mechanicus privilege of inviolability, granting them sole jurisdiction over their sacred sites. Cool, so they told us to fuck off. Fantastic.
Lord Captain, we have the flagship Drusus's blessing with a small escort dead ahead. I are requesting a direct Vox channel, patching you through.
The Vox channel clicks, and after a brief voice, a dry, low voice hails you.
Greeting, Lord Captain. I am honored to speak with the rogue trader of House von Valancius. May your name be known through the ages. Chartist Captain Austerius Thorfast, bearer of a free charter of the merchant fleet. How can I be of service?
What is your squadron doing here?
We develop supply routes for Chartists. You see, my ship is a representative of the merchant fleet in this part of Imperium territory, yet we do not have a fixed charter-defined trade route. Our mission is to establish business contacts with voidfarers in need of regular ship repairs and those who are interested in special goods.
I want to take a look at the catalog of components available for purchase. Alright. So, what have we got? Just a straight up upgrade. Strong acceleration and braking. Does that just mean turn speed, essentially? And movement zone. Yeah, so basically the like turn capabilities. It's the exact same thing. Oh, it shows right here. So there isn't any real difference. Okay.
Your lordship, something sinister is unfolding among the survivors from Ricard Minoris. There have already been several cases of evacuated refugees being found either dead or dying. All of them had been blinded using various means. I fear there is reason to believe that there were agents of the cult among the people who came on board. I knew the anathema would not fully release its hold on those doleful souls just yet. Let us march and drive it away. In the interrogations, I guess. It will be done, your lordship. If I may interject, there is no need. The interrogations have already been conducted. I put the enforcers on alert as soon as the first body was discovered, though I decided not to disturb your lordship until I had the results. Well, now I do. We have already arrested, 4 perpetrators at the scene of crimes that had yet to take place. Those are not murders. They are suicides. Explain yourself, Seneschal. People we apprehended were about to blind themselves and end their own lives. I am confident that all who perished did the same. When questioned, they all said the same thing. They are haunted by the sight of the dying Rica Minoris. Even in their sleep, they still see the same horrific pictures. The sad wretches would do anything to make this nightmare stop. Perform cleansing liturgies on the decks housing the refugees. We shall banish this blight with the strength of our faith. Certainly, Lord Captain. Except I am afraid it is not just the refugees. Adler's voice is grim. 3 out of the 4 people we arrested were members of the crew. They watched Ricard Minoris die, and it left their minds scarred. We all bear the mark of that dark catastrophe, for it was the attention of the ruinous powers that branded our very souls. May the God Emperor have mercy on us. You were warned, your lordship. It is regrettable that you did not listen. So... Alright, on to footfall. The welcome procession is not particularly long, but it does attract attention. Everyone is dressed in their finest apparel, every button gleaming. Standing in front of the others is a woman with clearly expensive implants. She bows in a solemn courtesy.
Rogue trader, Footfall welcomes you. On behalf of the liege, Lord Dame Tokara, allow me to express my joy at your arrival. The liege awaits you at his residence, but should you have other business to conduct on the station, I will be honored to serve as your guide. Blah 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 blah. Cassia's lips curl slightly. This is so familiar. Behind the amber-colored scattering of words of welcome, far less appealing hues lurk, murky and diluted. The look of someone accustomed to lying and hiding their intentions. I'm ready to pay the liege a visit. Of course, your lordship. Please follow me. She doesn't get to finish.
Hey, newcomers!
Oh.
How's this for a warm welcome?
That's a whole lot of dead people.
Was a mistake. I will take you down.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
On the floor, someone.
If I may, witness the fury of House Orcelio.
What a stupid amount of damage. And then they die in just Apos. Yeah, you know.
No!
Of course.
These ruby flashes are choking me.
I know what to do. You are clearly outmatched. That's how it's done. They won't expect.
The way the hitbox works on the jump is so weird sometimes. By some, I mean all the fucking time. It's
Guided
like,
by faith. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
such
The
a goofy
enemies of
battle
the
cry.
Emperor will be undone. I'll do it.
That's
As the
unfortunate.
Emperor commands, I act.
Let's make it quick.
Emperor, protect me.
No! Not another one.
Jesus.
Scared yet?
Done and done.
I am your blade and shield.
Alright.
Death is a blessing. As honor or come, the other side awaits.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. I will do my duty. At your beck and call. It will be done.
Let's get to it!
I said, so done. Easy. As said, so done. They won't expect this.
I'll do it. Strike is a prayer.
That is how it's done.
The shivering young servant looks up at you with horror in his eyes. Hey, protect me! I killed! Fear not, young man. We took care of the attackers. Do you know who they were?
Your lordship, those guys were, Anvus, their gang. They're the worst, I'm telling you. They're scared of no one, not even Liege Tokara.
He glances around like he's expecting more bandits to appear. Go and report this to Liege.
Yes, I'm sorry, your lordship. I'll just go report to the Liege. They killed her. They killed my lady. Oh, this is terrible.
I killed my own lovely lady. That's a whole lot of weapons that all suck inordinate amounts of dick. Can I repair this with a... Nah, it's gotta be healed on the bridge. What is it? Intelligence, perception, willpower. Fuck. Alright, well. What I can do is just go back to the ship and then come back, I think. And that will clear the effect. It's just annoying because I gotta go through 2 different load screens just to do that. Because it's Act 2, I have like new stuff, like quest-wise, I can do with like Kybella and like that. Oh god, I forgot I get the fucking weird-ass baby following me around now.
Domin. The Vizier taught us that there are many like us throughout the Imperium who spill blood in his name. You wish to discuss this again? The past should remain. When we came of age, when we joined the cult, we relinquish our know your enemy and prevent. It is not difficult to speak the truth. Maybe
Sections of the bridge. Lights are playing on the unlit vid screens. Of the cogitator next to the machine stands a hunched tech priest who bows as you approach, his body nearly folding in half. Lord Captain, the machine spirit of the mechanism slumbers. Should you wish to wake it, use the key of your blood. Alright. Servitor's powerful jaws. Yep, the usual. It's awake and ready to receive your request. Wish to know its contents. Hidden cache on Dargonis. What data repositories? Cogitator vid screen. Okay. The gracious machine spirit is willing to transfer the data keys to the head of House von Valancius by means of an Electu, a hypodermic tattoo augment. If you are ready to accept the keys, place your hand inside the servitor's mouth. Deep within the servitor's dark gullet, unseen, burning hot needles pierce your wrist, but the sharp pain only lasts a moment. The Electu that has been planted inside your wrist should be enough to open the repository doors. Caches. The Omnissiah favors you. The machine spirit is willing to commence the calculation procedure that could restore the lost data. Restore the data on the cache lost on Dargonis. The data has been restored, but it only has a single phrase. Litanies of the motive force. That is all the sacred mechanism was able to salvage. And the cache on Kiava Gamma. Blessed are the Omnissiah's deeds. The repository on Kiava Gamma has a security system guarding it. Machine Spirit has recovered a code that will allow you to disable the defenses. Okay. Have the tech priest been able, of the Adeptus Mechanicus, been able to discern how the ship was able to start her warp engine? The Engineer Prime spends hours pursuing the quest for knowledge in hope of comprehending the nature of said miracle. May the Omnissiah's grace guide him on his journey. Okay, so no. That's a no. What that is. There's like, I have to go and check my computer in the main hall, right? Because I can... No, okay. No, this is just credits. I don't really give a shit about that. Can I get rid of this gross little baby creature? Thank God. Okay. Okay. Well, back to the station then. Logistair. Isn't that this guy, the Opticon? The tall hunched tech priest stares at you unblinkingly. A breathing mask conceals his gaunt features. The skin on his hands is of a sickly gray hue, while his augments show sign of combat damage and are plated in black chromium, giving him a general air of lugubriousness? I have no fucking clue how to say that. Initiating identification procedure. This unit is defined as Locus Opticon 22 and is fully authorized representative, structural part of the Cognizance Fleet and the priesthood of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Access has been granted to the following options: information exchange, strengthening of diplomatic links, trade deals, donations. Initiating official greeting procedure for esteemed high-value visitors. Glory, success to House Valancius. A binaric aria begins to flow from the scratched box attached to the tech priest chest, requesting information exchange regarding contractual obligation Logistar Theta. I want to make a trade deal. I have received an invitation to a meeting. Confirmed. I wish to discharge, reciprocally validate the mutual contractual obligation designated Logistar Theta. Under the contractual obligation in question, 34.761 Terran cycles ago, the Explorator Cognizance Fleet received from representatives, authorized units, of the Von Valancius dynasty a volume of high-grade promethium equal to the fuel capacity of 6 tantillion void tankers. Received it and then didn't pay, compensate, remunerate, settle accounts. Should I go on, or is that enough synonyms? So I can either get a ton of influence with them, or I can get an extractor. The stipulated payment reciprocal offering from the Cognizance Fleet can be made to Von Valancius assets at the current time, after which the contractual obligation will be fulfilled and archived. Confirm your status regarding acceptance of payment reciprocal offering. Yeah. No payment is needed. Consider the promethium my gift and a sign of my hope for collaboration in the future. The request is accepted. The contractual obligation Logistar Theta is concluded. The Cognizance Fleet thanks House Von Valancius for its cooperation. The status of the unit's requests will be increased. I seek the friendship of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The priesthood of the Adeptus Mechanicus is interested in, considers expeditious, cooperation with rogue traders. Under the terms of the Treaty of Mars, it is willing to provide services to the Von Valancius dynasty. The priority of service tasks can be raised if diplomatic links are strengthened. The Cognizance Fleet will be glad/alternative unavailable to accept any samples of sacred technology, samples of profane xenotech, miscellaneous items. Reminder: storage, study, and or disposal of the aforementioned objects within the exception of 3 miscellaneous items is the preferential right of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Okay. So I have to study some planets. Easy enough. So I guess that means scan them. Oh, there was like some weird code for this, right? It was 3. 5, 4.
Let's seize the moment.
Cool. plus 3% dodge until the end of combat for each psi power they use. That's pretty good. I do already have 112% dodge chance, which is pretty high by itself. What the hell is the locomotion thingy that I have? How is it calculated? Right, it's my agility bonus. Okay.
Forge ahead. Never
For now,
linger.
I'll just keep it as is.
The dockyard is a blessed wonder of the all-powerful Omnissiah. The rest of the station is extraneous, a superfluous appendage.
As it should be. My house would be proud of me.
Nice. And level up. I think I just want wildfire. Alright. I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break, just grab something to eat. I will be right back.
let's get back to it then. Okay. Hmm. 30% of their maximum wounds, percentage damage. It's quite a bit. Suffer an extra instance of damage. I think I'll just go with that. That sounds pretty useful. Another common talent, huh? Well, let's get... We just get more athletics, I guess. I think I want this ability, right? Target is an ally. Every melee attack inflicts full burning damage on targets of their attack, while they themselves only suffer half. So does that actually set other enemies on fire, though, or does it just... Hmm. I'll do that.
Stay sharp. venture forth. My actions speak louder than words.
I didn't? Let us see what I found.
Yeah, I don't think I'm really gonna ever use that. I barely fucking remember grenades are in the game.
Let's see this through.
Isn't there, like, the Pope guy somewhere around here? Maybe he's in a different part of the map. I thought that was a fucking moving box for a second.
I am forever astonished that Reverend Hieronymus makes do with that shoebox of a chapel in the atrium for his sermons. Footfall has several temples, far more befitting his status.
The Drusians are a unique order. They teach people to be content with little, and they follow that principle themselves.
Operation successful.
Let's seize the moment.
The buzzing crowd has closed in on several harried-looking individuals. Some of their faces are smeared with fresh blood. The angry cries and twisting faces leave no doubt. A massacre is about to take place.
Let's cut their throats already. What are they thinking in that ship dock at Footfall? They're all stricken. No cutting. We get their blood on us, we'll be tainted too. Better burn 'em.
Be quiet, you scoundrel! Priest clad in a simple black raiment cuts through the crowd like a void ship crossing the strip. You dare pass judgment on others? What arrogance! To think you have the right! Argenta starts at the side of the elderly, please.
That's Reverend Hieronymus. I'm surprised he's decided to intervene in a street squabble.
What is going on here? Several dozen gazes bore into you.
And who you supposed to be?
I'm Balk, rogue trader of the Von Valentius dynasty. Rabble rouser's expression changes completely, and he makes a clumsy attempt at a bow and crumples to his knee.
Your lordship, I'm sorry. Sorry for not recognizing you. You see, it's just that it's your first time on Footfall, and we didn't. Sorry. We were just rooting our heresy here. They're scrawny ones. They're from ship that came from the bowels of the Coronis expanse. They've got plague there, mutants, and they're spreading that rot everywhere. That taint. They're all Did I mention the taint?
Silence! You must be completely out of your minds. A band of woefully dim-witted reprobates who think themselves bringers of justice. Who are you to pass judgment on anyone? All you ought to be doing is suffering and repenting till the end of your days. I was so wrong about that, Reverend. I just want to put these heretics to death.
We're not heretics. The Hagen man is on the verge of tears. We're refugees. I swear it on the golden throne. We served the Imperium faithfully until they hung us out to dry. We were the protectors that were meant to shield the lands of humanity from nightmares. Traitors. Traitors and heretics. The lot of them. A murmur runs through the crowd. The people gawk at you, at the priest, at the wretched group huddling in the center.
How tiring. The motley sea of colors that fills this restless crowd is hard on the eyes. So many hues, but most of them are acid yellow streaks of fear. Wait, no, that's 'cause they haven't showered. Their red buds swelling, ready to burst and paint all who are gathered here.
As he looks at the crowd of troublemakers warily, and they shudder at the very sight of her.
As for the hearts of those who have been forced to defend themselves, they are shrouded in purplish black grief. But their words are as transparent as the ice that lies at the top of a glacier. But commoners are always deaf to others' suffering, for such is their nature. Interfering in their affairs is hardly worthy of you or me, Valk.
This is why I never understand, like, Cassia is supposedly, like, the most, like, sought-after, like, companion in this game, and it's like, she's awful, though. Like, she's just a terrible person. Those are serious accusations you're spouting. I hope you have proof to back them up.
What more proof do I need? Yavagama used to be a prosperous world. My family transported goods from there for generations. And they came. They butchered, tortured, sacrificed.
Oh no, this is the refugee.
They butchered, tortured, sacrificed entire blocks of the darkness. We were on our ship up in orbit, and all those messages started coming in. Half the wardens down there joined them right away, and they even reached us in our ship with some blight that made half our crew take their own lives. We barely escaped. We barely made it here. Why? Why did this happen to us?
I wonder what all this is about. Is our planet really under attack, or did some devious opportunists send their slanderers here to undermine the might of the Von Valancius dynasty? Who could it be, I wonder? I am the master of Kiava Gamma, and if these people are my subjects, then I am the only one who can decide what to do with them. I command the onlookers to disperse. As for the rest of you, go to the docks and await further instructions.
You lot heard what his lordship said. Get to the docks! Don't you worry none, your lordship. We'll go with these people. We'll watch them and make sure they keep their traps shut about you.
Uh-huh. Fantastic.
Arrogance and self-righteousness of a malefactor.
Priest shakes his head disapprovingly. Then his eyes shift to you.
I am Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso, head of the Drusian mission here on Footfall. I thank you for stepping in. Please come see me when you have time. We can talk then.
Okay, bye. See you in about 12 seconds, because you were who I was going to go talk to.
Forge ahead. Never linger. Didn't see that one coming.
Man with a face so drawn, it appears to be made out of nothing but skin and bone, fixes his unblinking bird-like eyes on you. Pretty simple black clothes have next to no adornments, and they have nothing to mask his unhealthy gauntness. In a cracked voice he says, "The Emperor protects." The Emperor protects, Reverend. But he protects only those who are pure of heart. Do you think yourself one of them? Be leery of this conviction of yours. Many who have risen to the pinnacle of faith have fallen from it into the embrace of pride most degenerate. Pretty cringe. Don't like 'em. You must be the young Von Valancius. That name carries weight, and it is a burdensome one. Its reputation suggests that Theodora encumbered it with many a transgression. I wonder, will you seek to shed them, or will you carry them onward, picking them along the way like ripe fruit and savoring their sweet poison? Saying Theodora was a transgressor? A woman of great gifts, but few considered virtue to be one of them. People whispered that power had corrupted her, made her believe that she was entitled to anything she wanted. It is known that she showed cordiality to Xenos, broke taboos, and violated dogmas. Then again, so do nearly all rogue traders. Rogue traders are the Emperor's anointed. I act as his command, as evidenced by his signature on my warrant. And did he grant it to you personally? The Emperor has entrusted his servants with the future of humanity. The people are too weak and flawed to prove themselves worthy of his trust. Only suffering can cleanse us, but we fear it and thus remain sullied. Okay, I mean, that's a terrible fucking way to look at things, but sure. A predictable response. You're a predictable cunt. He looks at Argenta, who is standing nearby, and his voice softens slightly. Greetings, sister. I congratulate you on your return. Was your pilgrimage fruitful? It was. Reverend, let it be known that Theodora von Valancius' ship was attacked by servants of the archenemy, who appall the heart of any righteous heart, she says, nearly hissing with fury. And not all of them met a fitting end. Some fled, and more than that, their blasphemous words clearly pointed to this attack being part of a larger design. Reverend Hieronymus, I wish to join the esteemed rogue trader's crew and help protect the von Valancius dynasty from the forces of the archenemy. I am divesting myself of the responsibility of guarding the footfall reliquary. Sister Argenta stood by my side during the assault on the ship, and I could use her assistance going forward. Hieronymus nods in thought. Follow the call of your soul, sister. Hey, your soul, sister. Hey there. Anyway, the footfall reliquary will be preserved even without your contribution, as it was in all the years preceding your arrival. Hieronymus smiles sadly. I know what it is that calls you to follow the rogue trader, Sister Argenta. You seek combat, for it helps you to forget how hollow and worthless our lives truly are. It offers the illusion of meaning. Perhaps you will relinquish this illusion one day, or perhaps you will die before that day comes. Regardless, I wish you luck on your new path. But before you start on a path towards your new destiny, I have a request to make of you and your companion. Many among my flock are from the poorest, most dispossessed people on Footfall. They've brought me troubling news from Footfall's shadow quarters, in the darkest corners, where the Legion's wardens do not venture. Taint has taken root. Footfall is consumed by profanity, but even here true heresy, serving the arch enemy, is a rarity. cultists who now dwell in the shadow quarters mark their abodes with a sun inscribed in blue and gold, and perform strange rituals in secret. The weak find solace in believing these reports to be rumors, but I well know that evil lurks all around us, and I wish to see retribution. We will verify this rumor, Reverend Hieronymus. With great pleasure. Genta puts her hand on the stock of her weapon. I almost wish for the rumors to be true. My heart yearns to battle some heretics. This is where I bid you goodbye, sister. Noble bulk, is there more you wish to ask me? What are you doing on footfall? What am I doing in this den of blasphemers, pagans, the vilest of souls, you mean? Well, footfall is the first and last stop in the Coronis expanse. It is the point of arrival for those who have just started on their path. And it is also where those who are reaching its very end return, their souls wounded and bleeding. I embrace both the former and the latter, so that they may cast an honest eye over their impurity. The more rumors from across the entire sector amass on footfall. If I hear crewmen whispering about a reclaimed shrine world, or expressing desire to carry the Emperor's light into the darkness among the stars, I help my flock in their sacred duty. Duty. Devoted trailblazers need assistance, both spiritual and material. Tools, equipment, even garments and simple everyday items. Anything that might help pilgrims on their long journey. And during the first days of the harsh frontier, life is worth its weight in gold to us. May any help you offer to the effort of gathering such things be blessed. The path of true believers leads into darkness, to search for worlds that have lost his radiance, steeped in depravity. Blessed are the deeds of those who give themselves into the void and the warp in hopes that their actions might bring light into the darker reaches of the expanse and deliver a previously barren world into the Imperium's service. Ironman is silent for a few seconds. What a fucking welcome change. And all the more bitter is the realization that not all brave souls will succeed in their mission. Footfall still awaits news from the wasteland wayfarer, an ancient ark of a ship headed for distant stars. Her last astropathic message was sent from beyond the Cineris Maleficum, and the stars have kept her fate's secret since. I bear another darker duty. The expanse is filled with the tainted creation of unholy heretics. These insidious objects are a danger to the soul, but I know what to do with them. Should you on your travels come upon dangerous, corrupted objects, bring them to me, and the reward for your vigilance will be even more generous. The Drusian mission has much to share with the rogue trader. I'd like to take a look at what the followers of St. Drusus have to offer me. Let me see. I've got a rock, a dildo, and half of an acorn. K divided by 5, okay. Okay.
Onward to victory.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
The machine god grants the insight.
Stay sharp.
The low hum of voices quiets, and a dozen gazes shift to you. The tall man with a shaved head is rubbing his hands together nervously. His opulent clothes are nearly bustling at the seams on his muscular body, and his expression is forbiddingly grim. Still, he's trying to put on an air of friendliness.
Greetings, ye must be. Lord von Valensis, your lordship, I heard about your arrival on Footfall, of course, and about Lady Theodora's passing, but I wasn't told you're not on the list. Well, that's not a problem, of course. Please come on in. Chaplain is about to begin. But we're waiting for one more attendee to arrive. Fidelio. Without Fidelio, it's all been for nothing.
Mumbling, the man excuses himself and joins the other attendees. You catch sight of something odd. Before stepping away from you, the man gestures subtly to a nearby servitor, giving it some kind of command. The servitor quickly removes the bottle of amasec and glasses set out from the attendees from a nearby table. Okay. The gathering you found yourself at seems refined and respectable at first glance. The decorations and attendees' clothes speak of wealth, and so does the location, which isn't far from the Liege's residence. But you notice that most of those gathered are of rather imposing physique. Many of them have scars and military-grade implants. Several of the guests look like they are covering the exit. A few are clearly carrying concealed weapons. Not very well concealed then, I suppose. I wonder who this Fidelio is and why they cannot start proceedings until he or she appears.
Judging by the way that fellow with the list was talking about this individual, it's something very important. But it's not a name I've heard before.
I've never heard the name before either. I'm gonna see what this is about. Fidelio. Fidelio. Oh.
Oh, what a terrible, sorrowful day. We pay our respects to the life and soul of Footfall Society, a loyal servant of the Imperium, a generous benefactor who spared no expense to keep the fire of faith burning, and an example to all future generations, the most noble and unforgettable Master Bilardo. This loss... The fussy administrative clerk speaks in a strained voice and keeps peeking at a paper with text on it. His speech drags on and blending into a monotonous cascade of praises of the late Master Bilardo. 20 minutes later. So let us offer a prayer to the Emperor for the repose of Master Bilardo's soul and the prosperity of his heirs. I now pass you over to our most revered chaplain.
formidable-looking man dressed in the attire of an ecclesiarchy missionary glares at the gathered crowd. And here you all are, you vultures. Let's offer a prayer then. But if you think that the Emperor or the messenger of his will, in other words, myself, does not see into your vile souls, you are sorely mistaken. And looks at you and gives a slight nod. I wasn't referring to our esteemed guest, but the rest of you I know all too well. So go ahead, pray for Bilardo's soul. Soon the flames will take him, a fitting end for a life like his. May the Emperor keep his soul. Without another word, Chaplain makes the sign of the Aquila and pointedly turns away from the attendees.
See? Right there.
Venture forth.
As it should be.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
I better myself through my service.
Let's seize the moment.
Book of Remembrance. Among the words of parting and praise for the deceased, a fresh entry stands out. Repentance with the signature underneath. Fid. The letters are crabbed and barely legible. Whoever prepared the body of the gray-haired man lying in the coffin, they did a good job. Even in death, he looks majestic. Abelard maintains a grave expression befitting the occasion until he sees the face of the deceased. He frowns, he peers at it with suspicion. Then he gasps, astonished, almost dazed. I'll be. This is quite the meeting, if it can be called such under the circumstances. Take a good look at the deceased. The implants left in the deceased's body speak of his high standing. Expensive tech is typically extracted from the dead, and only the most prominent and wealthy avoid this fate upon their death. Abelard, you know this man?
Do I? I would tell you all about this man, but the words I'd use would be improper for a funeral. This, your lordship, is Jerrycan Dez, known back in the day as one of the most notorious pirates in the Coronis Expanse. They nicknamed him Jerrycan for his habit of having a jug or two of promethium on hand. He did love burning things. Oh yes, he was a menace back then. How long ago was it? 60 years ago? I was serving my last days in the Navy when news came of his latest attack.
Abelard distractedly runs a hand through his hair.
Well, well, there was a time when the sight of Jerrycan in a coffin would have been enough to make me dance, quite literally. By the throne, I would have danced a jig on the spot, but now, I don't know. No more jumping into the warp right from under the cruiser's nose, eh, you old beast? Who would have thought I'd be at your funeral?
This is very grand for a pirate's funeral. Is this normal for footfall?
Folks on footfall are known to turn a blind eye to many things, but even the locals aren't so unscrupulous as to honor pirate scum a few paces away from the Legion's residence. But no one has heard of Dens for so many decades. I barely recognized him myself. And I've seen his face on pics a fair few times back then. I assume he retired and started a more or less honest life under a new name. What was it they were calling him? Master Bilardo?
Now I remember. Reverend Hieronymus mentioned the name Master Bilardo as one of the biggest donors to the temple.
Interesting.
Let's see this through.
girl dressed in expensive clothes raises her sad little face to you and says in a serious voice, "Hello." Who are you and what are you doing here? Hiding. She hesitates for a moment. I thought I was going to cry and I didn't want anyone to see. My name's Adelia Bilardo. It's my grandpa in there in the box. Magenta's face softens. She reaches out and gently strokes Adelia's head. The tears will pass, Adelia. The tears will pass. The strength will return. Your courage will never leave you. Adelia tries to smile, then just nods seriously. What the fuck? If you do not wish to be parted from your forefather, then sever his head, embalm it, and put it in your bed. Gabriella's voice sounds mundane, like she's explaining the most basic things. Speak to him before you go to sleep and after you wake up, and that way he will stay with you. What? Adelia shrinks away fearfully, looking to you for protection. Where are your parents? My dad is Cass Bilardo. He's with the guests, and my mom ran away. They told me she hates Dad and Grandpa. I guess she hates me too. I don't know. It was a long time ago. I don't even miss her anymore. I miss Grandpa. He was the nicest. She presses her lips together and lets out a quiet, very unchildlike sigh. Have you ever heard the name Fidelio? It's someone my dad is very mad at, but Dad is always mad at everyone. At Grandpa, Mom, Dagon, Chaplain, Jesus, the Emperor. Shit, nobody talk about that last one. Did your grandfather ever mention the word repentance to you? He did. The word kept appearing in our house and nobody knew who wrote it. It used to make Grandpa happy when I was little. He always smiled when he saw it, but then, later, when I was a little bigger and Grandpa was already old, it stopped making him happy. He was sad. He would just sit there and stare at nothing, and after that, when he got sick... He stops, her big eyes glistening with tears. When he got sick, the writing started to scare him. More and more of it appeared. Repentance, 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 even in his bedroom. One time he pointed at the door and said something very weird about dead eyes, and about cobras going to class. Abelard, who was looking at her with sympathy, narrows his eyes. What did you say? Cobras going to class. Are you sure this is what your grandfather said? Of course I'm sure. When Grandpa was ill, I sat with him, and this one time he just started talking about cobras. I was sad, but it was also a little funny. Cobras get to class, he said. Abelard strokes his beard. Perhaps this is the old Navy officer in me talking, but I am almost certain he wasn't talking about a snake, but a Cobra-class destroyer. Cobra going to class, you see. Maybe. Someone left some strange words in the Book of Remembrance, as if they were from Fidelio. That wasn't your doing by any chance. Ha! That would have been a funny prank. Her eyes light up a little. But I don't play pranks. It was someone else. Maybe Fidelio did it, very quietly. Or maybe it was someone who's not on the list, but also someone nobody would suspect. I must take my leave. Goodbye. Thank you for all of this info.
Forge ahead, never linger.
Tall man who welcomed you at the entrance is shifting from foot to foot. Keeps glancing around with a gloomy expression. This is an honor, your lordship. Such an honor. Could you spare a moment of your time? I have a request to make. If you did, introduce yourself. I'm Dagon O'Theo. I was first mate on Denz's ship. I mean, Master Bilardo. The amasec that you ordered your servitor to remove was poisoned. What a fascinating coincidence. He looks you in the eye. Poisoned? No, it can't be. Must have been a bad batch. Give given the deceased's former occupation, I have a good idea what role you played under his command. Dagon smirks.
They used to call me Torch. He's Jerry Can. I'm Torch. We set everyone on fire. We were very subtle, you see.
How did Bellardo die?
Badly. He went downhill real fast. Just a year ago, he was still living it up, storming the slum asteroids to shoot riffraff and mutants, and then all of a sudden, he was done. His old wounds had caught up with him, and he had plenty of those. Both from the old days and more recent ones, like when somebody tried to bump him off 12 years back, I think it was.
Did Bellardo ever mention repentance to you?
No. But I know what you're talking about. The scribbles in his home, right? Yeah, it happened all right. The writings just appeared out of nowhere on the walls, the mirrors, and always the same word, repentance. I told him to get a psyker to check his house for sorcery, but he said no, too pricey. I guess. He said something about that, how he had already paid too much for repentance. Not a lot of psychers around, and a single one of them will cost you as much as a team of top-notch bruisers.
What did you wish to speak about?
Here's the thing, your lordship. I'll just give it to you straight. I'm sorry I don't know how to talk to lofty folk. Well, Dan's, that is Bellardo, my old friend and boss, died, and he left all he had, and he had a lot, mind you, to this Fidelio. That was kinda rude of him. That's no way to treat your friends. I get it, he left his useless son high and dry, and a good thing too, but his old friend? So I'm thinking, maybe you can step in and set things right, intervene in the matter of the inheritance. Or I don't know.
Why did Dens leave you out of his will?
Old age, you know, his head wasn't the same anymore. That's gotta be it. It was too unfair to fly with him for 10 years and then get nothing for it. I mean, I only ever stabbed him in the arm twice.
Who is this Fidelio? Dagon winces like he has a toothache.
I wish I knew! I first heard the name when Dens kicked it. Maybe Fidelio's a whore who put a smile on his face and his golden ears. And so Dens decided to give them the whole kit and caboodle.
What do you want from me?
You're a distinguished sword, and you can muscle in on this. You can talk to the chaplain. He's Dens' executor. And ask about the will, or maybe you can find Fidelio and have a talk with them too. I mean, who'd want an inheritance that's not rightfully theirs? More trouble than it's worth, if you ask me. And trust me, old Dagon can be of service to you if you need anything. I know lots about footfall and other things. I can help with information, get you some solid lads for a job. You can use a guy like me.
I'll consider it.
That's good. That's really good.
Let's take my leave, because you are a slimy piece of shit. Man of indeterminate age turns to you and sighs loudly. You can tell by his breath that he came to the ceremony after indulging in 1 or 2 glasses of strong drink.
Your lordship, it must have been the Emperor's promise that brought you here. Surely a figure as great as yourself won't allow for a terrible injustice to happen.
The man grimaces. It appears that obsequiousness... I think I fucked up how you say that, but oh well. Does not come easily to him. We haven't been introduced.
Pardon me, Cass Bellardo, and I have the honor of being the only child of the deceased.
He sends a mocking salute in the direction of the coffin. You don't seem particularly grief-stricken over your father's death.
If I was the one lying in that box, he wouldn't be crying his eyes out either.
Yes, bites out with sudden acidity. He takes a moment to calm himself.
Son's feelings are complicated. I wasn't a good son. Old Dens wasn't a good father. But I do miss him in my own way, yeah. He always seemed timeless to me, not just a bag of meat and ugly ambitions like the rest of us are.
Did your father ever talk to you about repentance? hilarious. Even good old Chaplain doesn't tell me to repent. He gave up on me long ago. And my old dad, he gave up on me long before that. Wait, you mean that repentance? Those stupid ghosts or whatever it was? I'm pretty sure my father did it himself, the senile old kook. Or maybe it was my daughter messing around. Where else could those words have come from? What words are you talking about? Oh, you don't know? Out of the blue, writing started appearing on a wall in our house. Just one word. Repentance. Big, scrawling scribbles, like a child's handwriting. First one appeared about 10 or so years back. The help kept whispering about being a work of ghosts. Ooh. But for some reason, the old man didn't want to do anything about it. And he told me not to. The writing amused him somehow. Whenever he'd see repentance scratched on the wall, he'd just grin. What did Bellardo die of? Age, debauchery, old wounds. By the end, my old dad was more implant than man. Especially after the assassination attempt. People tried to kill him, about 12 years ago. And what is this injustice that I'm supposed to prevent from occurring? Well, Flair has been robbed of his inheritance. My dear father left his entire fortune, down to the last coin, to some nobody, a certain Fidelio, who hasn't even bothered to come to his funeral. I'm left with nothing. Do you think it's fair? Your nobility, you, of all people, must realize how wrong and unacceptable this situation is. So I thought, maybe you could lend me a hand somehow. For the sake of friendship with the future keeper of the Bellardo fortune. Me. For the sake of justice, of course. I will consider your offer, he bows. Your lordship, thank you. I don't know how to thank you for your kindness, but I'll definitely try it if it all works out. Thank you for speaking with me. Goodbye. Shithead. Up close, Chaplin leaves an even stronger impression. A tall, burly man whose face and hands bear numerous scars. His entire visage seems to tell the story of many heretics who met their end upon their encounter with this adept of true faith. Chaplin gives you a respectful nod. May St. Drusus protect you from illness and misfortune. I'm surprised to see a noble figure such as yourself here. Did you know Dens? Master Bellardo. I did. Interesting. I knew he kept secrets even from me, his friend and confessor. Then again, meeting you is not the only secret I've discovered. I still don't know who this Fidelio is, the person who Dens made his heir. Given your speech during the ceremony, I take it you're not fond of the other attendees. I'm a missionary of St. Drusus, and the truth of the Imperium speaks through me, so I see no point in pretense. All who have gathered here have one goal, to bite a chunk out of Dens' estate. Ambition and aspirations of wealth are not immoral in and of themselves, but it's just that I'm sickened by the thought that such a great man has left behind nothing but a pile of human refuse. His son is a drunk and a weakling. His friend, Dagon, the one who greeted you at the entrance, is a dim-witted brute with an incredibly bloated ego. His widow made off on the family yacht in the direction of the mall while his body was still warm, with an entourage of 5 brawny, good-looking young fellows. So Bellardo has left all his worldly possessions to a certain Fidelio. Who is this mystery person? I haven't the faintest idea, and I think that no one present knows either. Or 24 hired killers would have already begun a manhunt for this Fidelio, wherever they may be hiding. This is, after all, a significant inheritance, and the other claimants are not exactly pleased at being left out of the will. Chaplain's eyes narrow a bit. I can see that you're intrigued. I must say I am too. Ever since I heard of my friend's death, I couldn't stop thinking about the mystery of his will. You have the Von Valancius name and title. Perhaps you can pull more out of these guests than I could. Here's the only clue I've got. Denz mentioned the name Fidelio to me only once. It was a long time ago. He was very drunk. He latched onto my robes and said, I hope that these are his exact words. I owe Fidelio, if not for the repentance. How strange. Aren't you Master Bilardo's confessor, Chaplain? How could anyone other than you have told him to repent? I didn't, that's for sure. I can't imagine what he meant by it. I would like to discuss with you what I've been able to uncover in regard to the mysterious Fidelio. I'm listening. So Denz mentioned Fidelio and repentance. Yes, but what could it mean? I think I might know the answer. I'm listening. Could be a name. The name of a ship, for example. Chaplain's eyes flash momentarily. A ship called the Repentance. I'm not sure, but you might be right. Now you said that, I've remembered an interesting detail. About 12 years back, there was an attempt on Denz's life. Not many could have even got close to him, let alone wounded him. But that assassin was a master of her craft. Denz always was a hardy fellow. And that's what saved him. That and his trusty implants. But the medics pretty much had to put him back together from scratch. When he finally emerged from the hands of the Sawbones, months after the attempted assassination, he kept chuckling about her being a sharp one, and that she was real angry with him for burning her father, her husband. I don't recall. And he was a ship captain. I vaguely remember that conversation, but I'm almost certain that ship was called the Repentance, that Denz even knew the name of the captain, and then the proud would-be avenger. The woman's name was Leona or something like that, and her last name, I wouldn't be surprised if it sounded familiar to Fidelio. So you think this woman is our Fidelio? It's my best guess. Let me remind you what he said. I owe Fidelio, if not for the repentance. Who else could he have been indebted to if not a vengeful daughter or lover, whoever she was, of a captain he'd killed? It would be a very dense thing to do, to leave all the money, not to his wimp of a son, not to his idiot first mate, but to the cunning lass who almost killed him. What happened to the woman? She got away after the attempt, but I know that Denz sent mercenaries after her almost immediately. Whether he found her or not, that I do not know. It seems unlikely he did, because if he had settled the score with her, he wouldn't then go and put her in his will, would he? But it looks like we've cleared up the repentance part. Seems so. If we guessed right, all that's left is Fidelio and the will. Maybe Fidelio will make themselves known once Den's will is made public. Maybe they will, but I would like to know for certain. If they don't make an appearance, we might never find out who Denz wanted to bequeath his fortune to. That's all I've learned so far. Return to me if you find out more. Maybe we can work this out together. Thank you for speaking with me. I must go. I think.
Let's seize the moment.
Isn't there like a servitor somewhere that like... Not long before his death, Dens mentioned something about dead eyes looking at him.
That is strange. Who would have looked at him like that in his own home? Some errant servo skull that was passing by? Maybe it was nothing more than a dying man's delusion.
There's an entry in the book of remembrance about repentance. The writing looks fresh. Could Fidelio have left it?
Ha! That's odd. I've been watching the guests and I know everyone here. If you're not Fidelio, then no one here is Fidelio. Well, unless they were able to get in undetected.
The hair around the book is completely open. If Chaplin is telling the truth, and he really does know all the guests by sight, then the words could only have been left by someone with free run of the courtyard, someone who wouldn't attract attention. Let's go over everything we know. Den supposedly left his possessions to Fidelio, a woman who wanted to take revenge on him for killing the captain of the ship Repentance. The word repentance is written in the Book of Remembrance, and the entry is new. Does this mean that our Fidelio is somewhere close by?
We also know something about dead eyes and the fact that the courtyard is completely open. I don't think an unknown person could have gotten in here and left those words in the book. Well, Lord von Valancius, now it's all in your hands. I'm no sleuth and I don't know what to do with all these clues. If you have some thoughts about Fidelio's whereabouts, find her. If not, come back to me. We still need to send Dens on his way and deal with the matter of his estate.
Okay, I think it is this servitor, right? Yeah. If you didn't know what to look for, it would be easy to overlook this servitor, which may have once been a woman. The servitor's implants, the mechanical nature of its movements, the empty gaze, it's all there, but repentance. A single word causes a servitor's body to twist in a violent spasm. Something akin to a sob or a growl builds in its throat, and its mechanical appendages jerk convulsively. Chaplin's tall figure appears next to you.
So this is our heir, right?
He pauses, mulling it over, then gestures for the administratum clerk who gave the opening speech to approve.
The inventory of Dens's possessions. What does it say about this servitor?
Let's see here. One moment. Section B1740, personal effects of the deceased, subsection servitors. Here it is. Oh, this is rare. One of a kind unit commissioned personally by Master Bellardo 12 years ago. The main function of the servitor is cleaning the house, bedrooms, vestibules, bathrooms. In accordance with Master Bellardo's wishes, its free will was completely eradicated, and the parts of its brain that regulated pleasure responses were destroyed, but to a large extent, its memories and awareness were preserved. Chaplain, is everything clear to you now?
I believe so. Didn't I tell you that Dens, after he survived the assassination attempt, sent a whole squad of mercenaries to hunt down the woman who tried to kill him? Looks like he found her.
Chaplain nods at the servitor.
She was allowed to keep her memory and some semblance of awareness, so I suppose the mysterious writing of repentance, both here and in the book at the back, both here in the book and back at Dens's house was done by her. The question that remains, of course, is why would Dens decide to make a servitor his heir? This is either his last and cruelest joke or an incredibly ham-fisted attempt to make amends on his deathbed. I'd like to believe that it's the former.
Can a servitor even inherit? This matter requires further investigation. We have to go over the codices, bylaws, statutes, regulations for the last 400 years or so. The clerk pales a little. But we'll find the answer sooner or later.
Or we could ask Lord Valancius to settle the matter in the name of his dynasty. This is footfall, after all. If a rogue trader says that a servitor can inherit, then that's how it's going to go.
Summon everyone. It's time to decide the fate of Bellardo's estate, and that of the heirs.
As you wish, your lordship. This ought to be good.
I would ask the esteemed guest to stay for a moment longer. I was going to announce Denz's last will and testament after he was delivered into the flames, but the circumstances dictated otherwise. And so, according to the deceased's will, all of Bilardo's fortune goes not to his worthless son Cass, not to his brainless mate Dagon, but to Fidelio, a mysterious new heir. However, I believe a certain party would like to intervene in this process. Chaplin looks straight at you and chuckles. Point at the servitor. Who among you knows this woman? What about the story of the ship named Repentance? I wish to hear it all. Or... Ooh, there's an iconoclast option. Yeah, honestly, the granddaughter makes sense. The name on the will is Fidelio, but... Chaplin pulls a hefty scroll out of his bag and tears it to shreds. All his life, Den spat on laws. I think he'd understand. Ha! The old man sure didn't expect this. The money is mine! Don't worry, sweetheart. Daddy will help you put Grandpa's riches to good use. Cass, have you finally got death from all that drinking? The inheritance is Adelia's, not yours. If you make any attempt to coerce her, I, as Denz's executor, will be forced to take steps. Chaplin puts a hand on the handle of his hammer. Oh, I see. All you have room for Cass, eh? Well, I'm afraid you leave me no choice. Sorry, I hit the mic. Daddy, what are you doing? I'm sorry. I promise I'll be good. I'll give you all of Grandpa's money. Shut your hole, brat. Listen up, all of you. Either any inheritance goes to me or I blow this one's brains out. I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2, 2.5. 2 and fuck. Sobbing and crying her eyes out, Adelia, smeared with her father's blood, is shaking Cass's lifeless body. Dad! Daddy! Get up! I'll give you the inheritance! Demons take you, Cass. Threaten to murder your own daughter at your old man's funeral was a new low for you. You always were a useless waste, even in your final moments. What happens to the girl now? She's got no one left now. Her mother ran off to the edge of the galaxy. And her father, well, you saw it yourself. Shit. I'll look after her until she's grown up. I don't think I need to spell it out for you. A little girl with a tremendous fortune might as well paint a target on her forehead. If I take Adelia in, no one will dare to hurt her. Courtesy of the reputation of that my turbulent past has earned me. And if they do dare... He casts a meaningful sidelong glance at Cass's body. While I'm at it, I'll also help her not squander her whole fortune. Maybe even earn something extra, both for herself and you. I think the best investment would be a merchant ship. I'll teach her the basics of voidfaring, find some reliable supplies, pull a few strings in the administratum, and just like that she'll have herself a decent enterprise. I'll venture a guess and assume you wouldn't say no to a supply network that is robust and loyal to none but House von Valencius. Leave the paperwork and other formalities to me. I'll contact your subordinates myself. Examine the servitor. The servitor that was once a woman is kneeling motionless and showing no signs of life. There are 2 charred holes where the eyes once were. Some malfunction must have burned its brain from the inside. Its face bears a peaceful smile. That takes care of the inheritance. What do we do next? Chaplin looks at the coffin. I would like to say goodbye to my old friend. I imagine the crematorium has got its furnaces up and running already, but I feel it would be kind of sad to just shove Denz in there like that. He was known as Jerry Candez.
and he loved having his enemies drenched in promethium and burned. I think it'd be a nice gesture to send him on his way in the same fashion. Thankfully, it's easy enough to procure a jerrycan of promethium on footfall.
Fitting. Chaplain gives you a sidelong glance.
Want to stay and watch? With pleasure. Well, let's get started, I guess.
And he's dead. Or, well, he was already dead, but... well, you know what I mean. Just occurs to me, I think this staff better. It is.
Let's see this through.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Well, isn't a 2-cell radius around the wearer gain a 40% bonus from... yeah, no thank you. This young man is clearly making every effort to look dapper. His fashionable clothes are practically new, and his hair is well groomed. What ruins this impression is the poorly scrubbed off oil stains from his leaky implant and the fit of the jacket, which was clearly made for someone else. He gives you a beaming smile and says, his voice ringing, "Your lordship, what an incredible honor. This humble collection is hardly likely to impress you, a rogue trader, conqueror of the stars, but it is the best one on footfall." I demand this abuse be stopped and all the captives freed. The man's cheerfulness fades a little, but he instantly offers you a respectful bow. As your lordship wishes, no need to fret. I will release them all immediately. He's gonna shoot him, isn't he?
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality. Operation successful.
Compared to naval
Nothing can catch
service,
me
that
off
was
guard.
barely a challenge.
Effective. Where's... huh.
My house would be proud of me.
Stay sharp. Forge ahead. Never linger.
The Kazbaraka trade Xeno artifacts on footfall. They're fairly blatantly at that. And the Ordo Xenos is in no hurry to rectify the situation.
My patience. You remember the way out. Dismissed.
Vladame, Vladame, Vladame. What has he put such harsh words into your mouth? You talk like you're an imperial clerk, not one of us.
The woman who is standing with her back to you lets out an ostentatious sigh, then her tone changes dramatically. Where's my cargo, Vladame? Falco has it, doesn't he? So that's how you do business with your old friends these days? So you don't remember. Then the help will remind you. Guards! Escort her out. Hey, dare you move. Oh no, this is the guard. Hidari, move. Massive guard leans down to the woman and says in a lowered voice, Jay, get going while he's letting you. Go drown your sorrows at the Amasekis, and thank your lucky stars you were able to walk out the door. You won't get the chance next time. First an insult and now threats. I see courtesy and tact are no longer a valuable commodity on footfall. Oh well, I'll find myself a better deal. She turns on her heel and heads towards the exit. As she passes you by, she gives you a quick once-over, winks at you, then immediately turns away with a flip of her jet black hair. Vladame Takara, Liege of Footfall, let us proceed. Let us please proceed to my office. Spread befitting a visitor of your rank is waiting. Your entourage will be accommodated nearby. Certainly, let's go. Please follow me. While you are engaged in small talk, you get a chance to take the measure of Liege Takara. His expression is aloof and focused, his gestures curt and firm, and his speech calm and quiet, as though he is used to people always listening to what he says. Judging by his observant stare, or gaze, he has been studying you in turn this whole time. The dame straightens in his chair and says in a polite but completely indifferent tone, Let's talk business. On behalf of the elite of Footfall Station, I offer you my condolences, Lord von Valancius. We mourn Lady Theodora's loss, and we hope this sentiment is taken as a sign of our good intentions and willingness to cooperate. Thank you, Liege. A terrible loss for all of us. I hope that under your guidance the dynasty can recover from this blow and attain even greater power. It was a bold move on your part to announce yourself as the new rogue trader of the von Valancius dynasty, despite not yet having your status confirmed by anyone of import from the Imperium. I appreciate such traits in people. It's good to understand who you're dealing with. Upon noticing Kybella, Vladame quickly assumes a bored expression. Carefully, without making any sudden movements, he wipes his glasses and, as if absent-mindedly, puts a hand under the table. As you may have noticed, Footfall is currently in a state of crisis. Its people would benefit from the patronage of a figure such as yourself. Who was the woman the wardens threw out? Vadame's expression hardens and he makes a frustrated gesture. A dead woman walking. Some, however, still call her Jay Hidari.
A small-time hustler with big ambitions that would lead her to a sticky end.
It's strange, a small-time hustler, even a particularly audacious one, wouldn't likely quarrel in public with a figure as important as the Liege of Footfall. What seems stranger still is that the Liege knows this small fry by name.
She is irrelevant. Since I'm the one in control of the situation on Footfall, I can speak on behalf of all of its noteworthy residents.
I was attacked right at the docks.
An outrageous stunt. A show of disrespect for both you and me. Sadly, such incidents on Footfall are akin to natural disasters, impossible to predict or preempt. They simply happen. Many consider Footfall to be a pirate den, but believe me when I say that there is a difference between organized crime and gangs of thugs who have nothing to lose. You are attacked by the latter. The Anvers are a gang of punks who spit on our customs and hierarchy. Even their leader is more akin to an ideologue, a rabble-rouser who calls for people's heads, not a commander. Sooner or later we will find him and have him strung up. That will likely cool his followers' enthusiasm.
Behind the carefully built facade of composure, you sense anger. It appears that this man is not used to losing control, but that is exactly what is happening. I would like to know more about the Anvers gang. Why haven't they been dealt with yet? He grits his teeth slightly before answering.
I've been using all my resources to delay the moment when the station is hit by famine. I haven't got around to the Anvers yet. As detrimental as they are, they're no players. When their leader dies, the rest will scatter.
I'm sorry for the loss of your assistant.
What?
Your words seem to perplex him for a moment, but his face remains cold.
Oh, that. Yes, her death was a regrettable development.
What's the situation in the region?
Troubling. Xenos raids are growing more frequent, trade is suffering, and fringe worlds are going under. Rumors of atrocities being committed by enemies of humanity are causing excess panic due to their exotic nature. The core of the Imperium forces in the Coronis Expanse has departed for the sector's borders to combat the Xenos threat. There's been no word from them for a while now. Then again, with the distance and the current issue with astropaths, that is not entirely out of the ordinary. Still, we are not yet alone. From several of the worlds hit by Xenos attacks, we've received reports of fierce warriors who descended from the sky and entered the fray. The fragmentary accounts lead me to believe the blessed Adeptus Astartes are operating the Coronis Expanse, and I await news of their victories with great anticipation.
What sort of patronage do you seek from me?
Protection. Not military protection, but a different kind of security. You have, of course, already encountered difficulties with warp navigation on your way here. I'm afraid the scope of these difficulties extend far beyond this area. Reports of disrupted routes and ships vanishing during short jumps are coming in from across the entire sector. Communication with the Calixus sector has been extremely unstable. Of the ships that have dived into the Maw in recent years, none have yet returned. The last ship that came through the Maw from the other side was struck by a temporal anomaly. The jump took almost 2 decades in real space-time.
You've heard of periods of warp instability, including cases where the Maw would become completely inaccessible for navigation for years on end, thus temporarily cutting off the Coronis Expanse from the Imperium. Even so, Vladame's words are particularly alarming. It seems that something has had a profound effect on the Maw.
And this brings us to our main issue. Footfall is a repair shipyard and a trading post. We barely produce anything ourselves and are largely dependent on incoming shipments, especially food shipments. The station, naturally, has some reserves, but the supply issue didn't start yesterday. Footfall would be obliged if House von Valancius could assist us by signing a contract for food deliveries.
I can't be the only one you've asked for help.
Naturally, I tried contacting other rogue traders, but the terms of House Corda would have bled Footfall dry, and as for the esteemed Caligos Winterscale, instead of a food shipment from him, I received a transport, the Navica, packed with refugees. I had to send them off to Foulstone. So many extra mouths to feed would have only worsened the crisis further. I suppose all these warp fluctuations must have created more pressing concerns for Lord Winterscale, and so I put my faith in you, the third and last of Footfall's allies.
So Footfall is cut off from all of its shipments, the local gangs are running wild, and the local hustlers are throwing tantrums in your residence. Are you positive you're in control of the situation? The dame listens with a stony expression.
You are very perceptive. Well, now you know what you're buying. The situation is difficult, but should you decide to offer your support, you'll forget about the existence of trading hubs other than Footfall, because you won't have more loyal friends anywhere else.
So what are the terms of this deal?
It's simple. Delivery of food from your fertile words. Janus, I imagine. I'm quite familiar with that jewel of the von Valancius Protectorate. In exchange for fair payment.
I will help Footfall, but not out of desire for profit. I have no interest in obtaining any favors in kind or becoming your patron, only in saving people's lives. The dame's gaze is slightly distrustful.
Such charity is a rare sight in the Coronis expanse. Even figures as powerful as rogue traders do not show it often. Thank you, your lordship.
Where does one go to make a few deals here on the station?
Here, I am the main dealer on this station, and it would be disrespectful of me to suggest that you take your business to footfall traders of less importance. Still, you might take an interest in a few people of note, for example, Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso, the servant of the Ecclesia is rumored to purchase sacred relics from captains and other traders, don't seem keen on becoming his competitors. If you're looking for goods that can entertain you, find Octavania of the establishment called the Adeptus Amasekis. The chemical bliss that she offers is refined and possesses a satisfactory degree of purity. Just don't ask her to pour you a signature drink. It's meant for common footfall rabble, not discerning clientele.
Let's get down to business. I'm interested in your wares.
I'm at your service. You can expect the most generous discounts. That is none. Fuck you.
Alright, what do we got? It's an additional 2 stacks of this effect. That's actually pretty good. Triggering psychic phenomena by -10. If any psychic phenomena repair the warp's message. It's alright. Three times the wearer's resolve. Interesting. That's actually really good. Chance by 10%. Weapon skill. Till the end of the wearer's turn. Okay. So I'd want to get to 13 to get these. Because these are both really good. I don't know if this is better than the, well, it's only when I'm at full wounds, so this is probably better.
Onward to victory.
Lord Captain, I am pleased to report that the inspections have been completed and all identified system failures have been resolved. The void ship is ready to depart Footfall. The crew is waiting for your further instruction, and there are also a number of issues that need to be addressed. Alrighty. Well-groomed young man calls out to you. He's clean-shaven and dressed in clothes that are expensive but unshowy, with a bright aquila embroidered in a prominent spot.
Your lordship, I humbly ask for a minute of your time. I am Bastion in Durama Bastal Corda, youngest cousin of House Corda, envoy of Incendia Bastal Corda, rogue trader of the Cronus Expanse by the grace of the most holy emperor.
Corda, They are some of the most influential rogue traders in the Cronus Expanse. But not on Footfall. This station is under the control of House Winterscale. Something tells me that we are about to hear a most curious offer.
What did you wish to speak with me about? A matter of utmost delicacy. You see, I'm just gonna not bother with an accent for this guy. You see, you've been to the residence of the Liege. Vladame almost certainly appealed to you for assistance in the arrangement of shipments to Footfall. The Von Valencia's Proctorate is famed for the abundance of its main agri-world, Janus. Or is it Janus? Whatever. It would be odd for him to not seize on such an opportunity when Footfall is on the verge of famine. However, the Corda dynasty pursues its own interests on Footfall. We have already announced our terms to Liege, but he is stalling. I imagine in hopes of getting a better offer from you. The Corda dynasty believes... Bastian smiles and gives a slight shrug. That cooperation would be preferable for both rogue trader houses. If you refuse Vladame, thereby forcing him to agree to a deal with us, the Corda dynasty can promise you a share of the profits from the future contract, as well as certain other perquisites. Everyone benefits. The Emperor's most loyal servants should be more concerned with carrying his will through the stars, and less with divvying up profits among themselves. Argenta says disapprovingly, but quietly enough so as not to interrupt the negotiations, especially when the well-being of one of the Imperium's worlds is at stake, even one such as Footfall. Behind your smile, Master Bastion's teal shadows swirl. Others may not see them, but your worry cannot escape my eye. What are you afraid of? Your house's wrath, should these negotiations prove fruitless? Or the wrath of House von Valencius? Yeah, go fuck yourself. Strong words. Perhaps you would like to give my proposal a little more consideration? Astin smiles and opens his mouth to another piece of sugar-coated courtesy, when suddenly... Just off welders. Oh, and... you know, if I had a nickel for every random ostentatiously dressed guy / girl that showed up talking to me about stuff, only to almost instantaneously get bodied and shot in the face, I would have 2 nickels. Which, you know, isn't a lot. But it's interesting that it happened twice.
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Not my area of expertise. I know what to do. Let's set this done and done. Easy.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. Killing brings me no pleasure. Come, the other side awaits.
I could have planned that movement better.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Faith without deeds is why I was chosen. Doubt is for the weak. Rejoice in battle! As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Let's get to it.
Oh, I didn't even notice there were the guys over there. Good job, random guard.
That is how it's done. Done and done. Poised for action. I defy the outcome. A costly mistake. Done and done. They won't expect it. Easy. Count me out. Let's set this. I won't do that.
Follow my lead. At your beck and call. Indeed. Victory is imminent.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. Request approved.
Let's make it quick.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. If I may, another flower painted black. I'll show you why navigators are feared.
My place is at the fore. It will be done. An exemplary strike. At your beck and call. I took care of this one.
Costly mistake.
Okay. So far, none of the combat's been too bad. I mean, though, I feel like part of that is just due to the fact that Blade Dancer is fucking broken. Awareness. Sure.
Venture forth.
And then we're off to the Shadow Quarters for heretics, pirates, and outlaw gangs. Fuck 'em all. That was weird. Urgent gestures for your attention. Rogue Trader, I would like to remind you about the Reverend Hieronymus' request. He asked us to search for a potential cultist den in the Footfall Shadow Quarter. You seem weighed down by something. What? No. Apologies, Rogue Trader. Here on Footfall is difficult for me. It's a minor personal weakness, but I'm as ready to fight as ever. It will have no effect on my combat skills. I mean, if something is troubling you, tell me. Perhaps I can help. I suppose I could share it with you, but the tale will be long, and I will have to start from the beginning. I wasn't born in the Expanse. I was sent here to be a guardian of a reliquary on Footfall, but my ship became caught in a warp anomaly, and although it lasted only days for those on board, decades had flown by in real space. When at last I arrived on Footfall, it felt like I had been erased from time. No one was waiting for me on this side of the mall. The people who were supposed to greet me, who knew about my imminent arrival, had died. The reliquary that should have been mine to safeguard had instead been taken under the protection of Reverend Hieronymus, and his brethren. They were more than up to the task. They had no need of my help. Footfall became my cage. I didn't know who I was or what purpose I had here. The way back to Calixus seemed like another trap. Even if I were to find a ship headed there, my sector, my order, they too would have lived with decades without me by that point. Whenever I'm reminded of those months spent on Footfall, it feels like I'm falling into a pit. I hope the rumors of cultists turn out to be true. I can't wait to prove with my bolter that the world and the Imperium need me. How and why did your stay on Footfall come to an end? Something must have changed. Yes, a sign almost a portent showed me the right path, but it's not something I can speak of like this on the street, in this den of malice. Let us be on our way. All I can say is that on Footfall I met Lady Theodora and joined her, and that was the end of my languishing in this place. Yeah, let's keep going then.
Keep your senses keen.
The Shadow Quarters. When I was last on Footfall, I used to take my weapon and wander this area, anticipating an encounter with a mutant or a bandit.
I enjoy it here. This place reminds me of the flagship's freight line. Almost like home.
Goes a flamer like that, you idiot. We almost refueled here. We'll show you how it's done.
Just not feeling anymore, that's all. The guy's pretty much a cinder now. It's a lot more fun when he was alive and thrashing about.
Your execution is assured.
Alright, here comes another training target for us. Fire it up, you lots! I'm gonna kick your ass. I'm gonna kick your ass. Probably isn't gonna be hard. Nothing really has been.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I know what to do. They won't expect this. Done and done. I know what to do. Let's set this in motion.
Time to slaughter someone. I'm not injured. I'm enraged.
Easy. You are clearly outmatched. They won't expect this. Not my area of expertise. A costly mistake. Done and done. No foe too great. As said, so done.
On here, maggot.
Oh my god, they just stunned my entire fucking team. Jesus Christ. That's not good. Okay, not all of them.
I bring mercy and retribution. The shadows will see it done. I shall not fail. Let your soul be purged. Trust me, my blade whispers your name. Caught by the web. As honor or...
Let's get to it. Out of my way. Hold on.
We get iron knows no pain.
killing.
Oh, get fucked. Okay, good. The big guy with the hammer is like the scariest one of them, I think. So.
Make it quick. Just a minor setback. Let's get to it.
High momentum.
Killing the rest of these guys will actually be probably pretty easy. I think they're all pretty low health.
As the Emperor commands, I ask you, my Emperor. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Request denied. Insignificant value.
In the name of House Orselio, I shall prevail.
Let's set this in motion. That's how it's done. One step ahead. A costly mistake. Easy. I know what to do. You clearly are outmatched. to do. Let's set this done and done. Count me out. I know what to do. For the dynasty. A costly mistake. They won't expect this.
All right.
Marching ahead.
Get shit on, Andrew boys.
Stop. There.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
The machine god grants the insight.
I see what others do not.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Ooh, more goodies. Grenadier gloves, don't care.
Stay sharp.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Let's see this through.
Unless I believe is the Anvers still.
Onward to victory.
Yeah.
We should deal with this.
I don't know why I'm bothering to save before these. It's like, if I lose in any of these fights, it's game over.
My guests, what a joy it is to see you in my humble refuge. I see you've come here to be introduced to the truth. Which will you choose then, words or fire and metal?
I already know the answer, heretic. Argento grasps her weapon. You've ruled over all of Footfall with fear. That is a serious achievement. Wait, no. No. I'm more fond of fire and metal.
Good. Fire and metal are the essence of life. People aren't worms. We are truly alive only when we're ripping our enemies apart. Do you even know what our name means outside of Footfall? Who calls us the Anvers? They do not stop to look, listen, learn.
The man pauses, then half closes his eye and proclaims in crude but clear High Gothic.
Auxilio non veniet. Help will not come. The maw has closed. The Coronis expanse is on its own now. A new era has come, and we are its sovereigns.
Uh-huh. That's why you're in the sewers. About to get your asses kicked. Cassia, you stay back there. Go up here. Here. You stay there. Over here. And you. Jesus. It's a lot of damage.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Let's get to it.
If I may.
As said, so done. Done and done. Consider that off limits. Let's set this in motion. That's how it's done.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Easy. Didn't see that one coming, did you?
Let's get to it.
You clearly are outmatched.
Here we go. Let's make it quick.
Pain cleanses the body. Guided by faith. Faith without deed is worthless. I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Doubt is for the weak.
Let's get to it.
Negligible. High momentum.
Hold on.
No more stinky. No more stinky air.
The shadows will see it done. As honor ordains. Trust me. As honor ordains.
Aw, dang it.
I will do my duty. Indeed. Victory is imminent.
you insist, Lord Captain.
They won't expect this. That is how it's done. I said... I define the outcome. Contemplate your weakness. Didn't see that one coming, did you? A costly mistake. I know what to do. As said, so done.
And now we just keep jumping side to side because I'm gonna do 1 trillion damage because I've got so many of these damn stacks.
Outmatched.
Beyblade, Beyblade, let it rip.
Easy. Let's set this...
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Ooh, that's a good. Do I want 2 chain swords?
Marching ahead.
This is just the other door. Yeah. Is there anything on this side? Some random crates of crap.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Alright.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
O Messiah, grant me the wisdom to perceive.
So is it this one then?
I did it?
Nope, that's a fake door with a mine trigger.
Let's seize
Fortune
the moment.
smiles on us, an ill omen.
lordship, what an honor. The whole of Footfall is talking about the new head of House von Valancius, foreman of Footfall utility crew at your crew 3 at your service. What are you doing? Just burning rats and some trash and some parasites of other sorts. District's under quarantine, you say? I got hit by something nasty, a disease. Maybe it isn't a disease, just some bugs and worms that crawled out of some ship or other. It is a bit odd that it happened here, not at the docks, I'll grant you. Things like that usually start there. They even spray the place with some gunk to kill the bugs and worms. But I guess something slipped through. 2 families in the block way over there snuffed it. And the Liege wasted no time getting the district surrounded so that nobody could leave. Sounds like chaos. People trapped in the quarantine zone being provided with aid of any kind? Of course not. I mean, I heard Reverend Hieronymus has been praying for their souls, which, you know, sounds more like retribution fell upon them, and rightly so. That's the most they can hope for. We're standing in the quarantine zone. Your lordship have mercy. I can't say no to you, but the danger is just as real to you as it is to the whole station. We'll clear a way for you, but it'll take time. A lot of time. Like a lot of time. It won't be easy to break down the barricades and disarm the mines. He gives you a long look, likely hoping that you will reconsider, but after receiving no reaction, he gives the order to his assistants. Oh, there's stuff in there, and I want it.
Let's see this through.
To the
This
cultist
ocular
lair.
implant was a worthwhile investment.
A culty cult.
Over there.
Keep your guard up.
The Emperor sets my path. Duty prevails.
Stay sharp. Now,
Attention to
that's
detail is the
interesting.
key to success.
Never doubt me. The Emperor favors me today.
And here we see the average Chaos worshipper fucking around, about to find out.
Another battle demands our attention.
All of you will bleed!
All of you will bleed. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. Sure.
If I may,
Everybody,
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
get a little closer together, will you? Thank you. And honestly, I could probably just move up and just nuke, like, this entire grouping. Do I do that, or do I let... Nah, I think I just nuke them.
I'm not
Sayonara,
accustomed to being
fuckers.
ordered around.
Jesus Christ. Kazia is so fucking ridiculous.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. This is why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, each strike is a prayer. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Manifestation. The fuck does that mean?
I shall not fail. Death is a blessing. The shadows. Let the blood of the wicked be shed as thou hast willed. Killing brings me no pleasure.
This is such a busted ass ability.
As the tenets demand. Trust me. This goes against the tenets. As honor ordains.
They can parry
I shall
that? That's
not
horseshit.
come.
No, die.
The other side awaits.
Genta rushes to the last living cultist and silently, furiously punches him in the face. Blaspheming heretic, what were you praying to? I know these words, they call to a Argenta doesn't get to finish. The cultist, having dropped to his knees, interrupts her with grating, rasping laughter.
Of course you know them. I recognize you too. Lackey to the corpse of the throne. Haven't you already experienced the power of the true God? Didn't you flee from us shedding tears?
Genta recoils as if from a blow, but then steps forward, grabs the cultist by the scruff of his neck, and makes him look into her eyes, burning like embers. I am one of the Adeptus Sororitas, and I have never, not once in my life, fled from heretics and betrayers of humankind. Do we interrogate him? What is there to interrogate? You can...
What do you want to know, servants of the Corpse Emperor? The name of my brethren, how many of us there are, where we are? I will tell you myself. We are myriad, and we are everywhere. Soon, very soon, you will hear our voices, and when you hear them at your back, so close you can feel your breath, then you will know the power of the true God.
The Undying Emperor is the one true God. You will soon learn this when you face his harsh judgment, as will all your accomplices. Kybella's voice is filled with cold implacability. Just how many of you vermin are there? First Ricard Minoris, now here. Pascal pulls a number of instruments out of his robe. You would bet your life that the purpose of these instruments isn't to disassemble machines. He says casually, should you encounter difficulties during the information extraction process, I would recommend precise targeting of ganglia. Cultist chuckles arrogantly, but pales under Pascal's calmly probing gaze. Who or what is this true God you keep mentioning?
You will know in time.
How do you know Argenta? Have you seen her on Footfall before?
Not on Footfall. In another place. She flew right in like a bird into a snare.
Genta is staring at the cultist, her eyes wide as if against her will. She whispers two words. Salus Prime. Argenta, what is he talking about? She snaps out of it, as if emerging from a reverie. A planet, a place. It doesn't matter. I know these heretics. I fought them and was gravely wounded, but I swear I never turned from them and ran. She turns to the cultist, her eyes filled with cold fury. If you truly have seen me on Salus Prime, someone among you must know a way to get there. Do you have your own ship? A navigator? Answer me!
Ships and maps, roads and doors, we have them all. But our paths are not for you. The true God spins his web, and you are but a fly caught in it. But where is the spider?
Cultist's eyes filled with madness. I need something more coherent than that. No, traitor, we won't get anything from this madman. As for my part in the story, I will tell it but not here, not in his presence. Alright, we'll shoot him. You can kill me, servants of the Corpse Emperor, but you can stop the victory of the true God. The edge of daybreak is nigh, and the hour of his triumph approaches. Silence hangs for a minute, then Argenta turns to you and shrugs nonchalantly. That's it. We've fulfilled Reverend Hieronymus's request, which means I am now free. I can continue my travels with you, rogue trader. Before we leave this den, let us round up what remains of the blasphemers. I would like to cleanse this place with purifying flame, but perhaps we can find clues that might tell us where these heretics came from, or if they have any more associates. We need to talk, but it can wait. Let's meet on the ship when it's time to depart footfall. Sure. Sounds good. Alrighty, and with that we are sitting at a solid 8 hours of stream time. I think...
Irrefutable certainty.
175 and everything kill. I think we will call that the stream for the day, though. Also be streaming again tomorrow. I won't be playing Rogue Trader. I'm going to be trying that new Throne and Liberty game. You can double check the schedule that I've posted. I don't know if I'm going to play it for the full 8 hours. We might just try it out for a bit, and if it's really, really bad, then we'll just switch to we'll probably just switch back to a Rogue Trader. But thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and we'll be back at it again tomorrow.